everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to Middle Earth. Now we got two interesting figures here. So this one is one we painted. That's actually a 3D printed one from Dandelion in Middle Earth. And this is the old metal GW figure. Both of them are supposed to be Halder. It's really interesting to see just how similar they are. Obviously some differences there, but pretty darn similar. We also have another one of the classic old metal figures right there. Hey there, Dark Horse, how you doing? Nice to see you. Let's see, so we'll try and make this banner a bit like this. So yeah, Dark Horse, the spicy words, those are gonna get nixed. Yeah, that's unfortunately the spicy words. Those will go by the wayside. So how you doing? Happy Friday to you. So you will go with the white here, right, and then with our teal out this way. It's really wild to see these old GW figs. Holy smokes, they go back a long, long, long way. And we got one other guy here who's just going to. We're going to do him a lot like this one right here. So yeah, Dark Horse. Well, here, let's get him standing back up again. Let me just get these guys out of harm's way here. Okay, that's a little bit better. Now, of course, last night we were doing these lads right here. Actually, oh, Dark Horse, I'm printing out more of that Angmar stuff. Yeah, that's printing goes ever on. Actually, he's got another Gullivar. I'm going to try and print that out. Hey there, Landrast. So, yeah, very fun on those guys. So, Landrast, that stuff worked fine on foam. Not a problem whatsoever. I'm glad I was able. I think I sent you a bunch of pictures, right? Yeah, that worked out pretty darn sweet, I have to say. I mean, I kind of had a feeling that that's how it was going to go. I just thought these are acrylic paints. I don't think they're going to have quite the aerosols and stuff that would melt foam. And I tested it obviously on a piece of whatever, and I mean I even oversprayed it. I tried to press it down into the foam just to make sure that it wasn't, that I was actually hitting it hard enough with the spray. Nothing happened. So I said, okay. And I just took out all the pieces that we made on stream. And I just took them in there and just started spraying the heck out of them. Obviously, it's nowhere near what I would like it to be, but it's it's a whole lot easier than sitting there and trying to paint all that stuff little by little. That would have taken a long time. So Dark Horse, are they Morannons for a Mordor list? And I guess are they GW figs or are they the 3 printed variety? Nice to see you there, Deck Knight. Happy Friday. Now I didn't get a chance to work on these guys here because I need to have something that's as familiar as possible. So here's a bunch of those printing goes ever on Far Harad guys that we'll be doing. So yeah, and remember, I won't be around tomorrow for the stream. If I can, we'll try to do a substitute Saturday on Sunday. Not sure how that's going to play out. Let me just move those guys out of the way. Hey, Neelan, hola, welcome back. I hope that your Friday has gone very well. Hope that everybody had themselves a fun Friday. I hope everybody's going to have themselves an even more fun Saturday. Yeah, fine. I'll just use this here. That base is an absorbent enough surface. Just going to try and hit that a little bit more on a few parts. I do have to say, I'm liking this thing where I'm cutting the bulletin board in half at a little bit of an angle and such, and then putting the texture paste over the top of it. Hey, Mr. Stork, how you doing? Great to see you back. So dark cores, obviously, any kind of a different color would be fantastic. Of course, object source lighting. That's why all my Mordor stuff is going to be on lava bases, just like the Last Alliance and everything here. So all of the elves, all of the Numenorians, they're all on the lava bases. So it stands to reason that all of the orcs would also be on the lava bases too. So great to see you again here, Mr. Stark. Alright, we're doing this, doing this. Okay, we can set you aside. Get one of our number 4s here. Go back into this. Some of this. And do some of this. And now for some of this. Just because. It's so weird to see this old metal figure. I don't know if I ever even got a chance to paint Haldir. I don't think so. Something tells me never actually got the chance to paint him. Where's there? Here's our other guys. So we'll do the same thing with the teal on all of the cloaks and everything where we can. We'll try and bring in the same freehands, all that good stuff. That actually needs it. We're just gonna have to hit the let's get that much lighter here. So I'm gonna do a little bit more than just a casual dry brush on that. And if I keep this dry enough, then maybe I can actually dry brush the darker design over the top of it. That would be nice. Hey there, Russian Blue. How you doing? Great to see you again. So this is the Richardson Ice Blue mixed with, actually it's mixed with our, as we call it, Teal Kata. So it's Richardson Ice Blue mixed with the fabulous Cobalt Teal Bluish. We got one more? We got one more over here. So great to see you again there, Russian Blue. Yeah, let's just hit that. And then there's definitely, once again, we got to really get in here and hit that. There was quite the fireworks show going on not very long ago. Well, they're still actually shooting off fireworks here even now, but there was quite a bit of stuff going on at between 9 and 10, that's for sure. And I think folks have seen the videos that I show. Plus, I've got the, what is that? The Instagram post that really, and that's just one of many clips. There's others that kind of actually show the insanity even more, I think. So great to see you there, Russian Blue Art. Alright, I'm gonna get into our teal here. Maybe I meant to put a little more of that thinner in my one vat there, but that's okay. We can maybe do that later if we need some. So yes, the fabulous cobalt teal bluish, the one that everybody loves. That's very hard to afford. Now we'll get some of that cobalt teal over here. Well, what we can get down in here, if we do any sort of freehand at all, it's going to be a very simple sort of hint at a design there. And that would be about it. There's so many folds and also a tree. That kind of says, yeah, you know what? Maybe we're not doing that. Let's see if I can get some of this here teal down. Yeah, see, here's another one. We just won't really fool around with any freehand on these guys here, at least not with the trees in the way. The other one we can do it as usual. We will be doing our glazy thing like we have been on these darker primer figures. What's going on with that? Okay, we got that going. Now, let's indigo on the armor. Should I try and make the little... No, we'll just start doing the indigo glaze stuff here. Let's do that. I wonder if actually, you know what? Instead of wondering about it, let me see if I can find my actual indigo and throw some more in there. That's going to be our Winsor Newton indigo, if I can even find it. Where are you hiding? Everything in here. Oh, I found this. Yeah, I did not think this was still sitting in that shelf, but yeah, there it was. There it was, just sitting there. Okay, still have. I think I just found it now. There you go. There's our indigo. There you go. Some of this. Let's just start breaking that down. I might just go ahead and put that in here. A little bit there and some more in there. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really a whole bunch of that indigo there. Into that armor like what we've been doing. Then we'll come back. We'll darken down the cloaks, I think, next. Yeah. Of course, so you kind of get spoiled when you've got the 3D printed stuff. Boy, oh boy, assembling these guys. And remember, I was saying on the stream last night, I gave up on the ones that had the two-hand rifle setups there. I'm like, yep, that is just too much of a pain. Everybody's just getting SMGs and assault rifles then. So again, this is just indigo. Did we get... yeah, we have to get on this here. So it's just a quickie little indigo glaze. This is pretty much the same thing that we've done on all of our other ones. I think... I could be wrong, but these three here might actually get me up to 30 of the Galadriel. I could be wrong, but I know there's the 6 Cav. There's some of the heroes and stuff. So yeah, we've made a wee bit of progress on our Lothlorien elves here. Yeah, let me just... I'm just going to do that to make it take less time. If I get that in there, start breaking this down, it'll just take less time. That sheen mail down in there. Oh yeah, not that. We also have to consider there's going to be the snow on the base, right? So we just don't need to do a whole lot of detail on the base itself. There might be a point where I have to run down and check on that. This is a very dicey print that I'm doing on the bamboo, so I might have to just in about an hour or so, might have to just run down there and make sure myself, because unfortunately the camera would not show what it is that I'm want to make sure is not happening. Did I get any of this over here? No, I guess maybe I did. Hard to tell. Is that another quiver over here? Speaking of hard to tell. Oh, it's actually no. That's not a quiver. That's actually a that's a scabbard with a sword in there. So just indigo wherever there. And now we're on to one of these guys here. Make sure we darken that. Oh, we gotta get our Teokata over here. Also over here. Well, Mr. Stark, thank you so much for being here. Well, Mr. Stark, we'll still be going probably after dinner's over, so maybe we see you then. So thanks, Mr. Stark. You have yourself a good one. I am really looking forward to doing the snow on that elven terrain. I've never seen those buildings. Well, I would really like to be able to execute them as the regular kind of Lothlorien terrain also, but I definitely want to winterize those because that's one where I've never seen any of the elven terrain be winterized. It's fine. We'll just throw that dark on the back of the sword there. Phthalo green, Prussian blue. Do the same deal here. Let's get some thinner into that. So hope you have a good Saturday too. If for whatever reason you're unable to get back here in time. I'm gonna try and get me a little touch more of the green into that. Here. Very delicate brushwork, that's for sure. Look at that. That is delicate and precision. Look at that. Now, how's about we just maybe I'll use one of these. Maybe I'll use one of these as a blending brush here. Like that. Blend, blend, blend. Do whatever. Set that aside. Get some of that down into here. There's a whole bunch of crevices there. Just looking to make that darker. More of that cloak up here. Just try to sneak that brush down in there. And that where possible, just kind of let it mix a little bit. Banner guy. Back here. So if people remember all that terrain, that Rohan terrain that we made out of the foam and using the heavy gloss gel for all the roofs and everything, I actually was able to take that out. But we tested those new spray cans to see if it was going to melt the foam. Remember I said, I think we're good here. I don't think it's going to melt the foam. And it was just fine. I have to say I've been doing so much with those cans that they're actually, a couple of them are starting to run low. It's not just the black and the gray either. So yeah, I have to actually start thinking about another batch of those. At least some of them. Some of the most important ones. Nice to see you there, Blades. Congratulations on the Reaper raid there, Blades. And of course, Blades, if you want to share the fabulous Muppets there, please go ahead. Yeah, let's just get some of that down in here. So I think we've gotten all of, yeah, we got all of that. And let me grab him this way. Okay, yeah, we're getting there. As far as our dart goes. So great to see you again there, Blades. You know, I might even throw a little bit of indigo into this. And that also will be a little bit less with the glazy stuff. To darken that even a little bit more. Hey there, Grey Wolf. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Blade just posted. Of course, Grey Wolf, I know you just you were just sending me some pictures of the fabulous stuff you've been working on. If you wanted to share if you wanted to share that that Lord of the Rings adventure stuff there in the chat, that'd be fabulous too. So Grey Wolf, it was pretty wild doing these last night. It was not what I was originally planning to do. It was going to be the ships. But yeah, these are the Warlord games. That's the 101st Airborne there. Now, what's the other thing that I was doing today? Well, we also got a bunch of home repair stuff. But the Montana class, that got printed up last night. And remember I was saying how big it was? Holy smokes. It's one thing to see it on a build plate, but then actually see that monster. Holy smokes, that thing was gigantic. Blades, technically there was fromage because I had another. Actually, I found another of the pizza, or the pizza there, and there will be more fromage tonight, Blades, because after the stream I'm gonna have the last of the beans and fromage. Hey there, Ryan. Great to see you again. Ryan, if you wanted to share all of your the stuff that you've been working on in the chat, that'd be fabulous. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Okay, good. We got that. Now, did I? Sure enough. Gonna go back. We're gonna hit that. Like so. Thanks, Grey Wolf. It was. I was kind of hoping that I would be able to do that. Obviously, it was our. There was our 4th of July celebration. You know what? Let me get a little bit of the skin tone on here while we still have this brush here. So yeah, Blades, it's your version of the Silly Marillion. I think that's what it is your version of the Silly Marillion. Blade style. I can try to get a little bit of the asphaltum in there. And then a little something on his face again. This is supposed to be Haldir. This is the old classic metal Haldir figure. You know what? I have a little bit more of the asphaltum. Can maybe get a little something on the boots there. A little bit less of the turquoise. Yeah, Grey Wolf, sorry that it was with all those different circumstances there. I know that makes that very not fun. Here it was all around you. There is no way to avoid it. It's the houses behind us, across the street, on either side. And then again, they were doing some of that again tonight for at least about an hour and 20 minutes. It wasn't quite as intense as last night, but it was definitely there. You could, it was getting there. So yeah, I posted that to the Instagrams so that it would just kind of be easier for people to see that. See how it's getting way less shiny there? But that didn't take very long to kind of lose all that shininess. I'm going to try and get a little something warmer. They're still letting that primer show through. And remember, that's our custom primer. Yeah, I agree with, was it, what, the last 4 years? You're saying that was your kind of a tradition there that's developed? I think the last time I saw that movie, it was in the theaters. And I only ever saw, I think, the first one. So anything beyond the first one of that, no idea. This is another instance where we're going to try and get some of that brown in there. Is that a... Yeah, we'll treat it like that. Let's just hit this with something else that's also not that green. Let's do a little side trip into some Van Dyke brown, I think. Get some more of my thinner into this. A little more. Come on. We'll just do this, do the banner pole here. So what did they do? Just that one sequel, as we say hello to Pura Vida. How you doing there, Pura Vida? Happy Friday to you. So Nayland, again, I hope that you're doing well. And keep in mind, oh, and Grey Wolf, I don't know if I sent you the picture of the terrain stuff, but the spray cans, they worked just fine on all of the foam terrain that I did. So clearly they are just regular acrylic paint, so nothing jinky in there. So great to see you, Pura Vida. You have Pura Vida. If you check out the Instagram, you'll be able to see the, again, that is a tiny sampling of the fireworks here. I mean, that everybody around it, I mean, there's just massive, massive, massive amounts of fireworks here. And I don't mean firecrackers and sparklers and bottle rockets and all that wimpy stuff. We're talking about intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah, bottle rockets and sparklers, that's what you give the kids in strollers or whatever to play with. And even then, they'll probably just like get bored in about 2 minutes and say, okay, when do I get to play with the big stuff? Tyra, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Tyra, the oils, of course, they have just all kinds of natural efficiency built into them, but the darker primer method it's actually put efficiency on top of efficiency, because you don't actually. Oh, the other thing is you don't have to worry about staining colors. So just a dark primer like this, then we kind of do this layer dry brushy thing, and you can see what I'm doing now with the glazes and stuff. We're just about done with that phase. Nayland, that is something I would dearly love to do right there. Holy smokes! There was basically no sleep last night. I think maybe 3 hours. Tonight there will be less, and there might even be less the next night after that. So it's gonna be one of those sleep-free type of weeks or whatever it is you call it. Tyra, the acrylics, uh, if you watch it, some of the old videos, you can see we were able to build a lot of efficiencies there. There's just not the, what would you say, the stuff that you kind of get by default. Like here, there's stuff that just kind of happens. You do not even have to really try and push it. Whereas with the acrylics, you kind of have to just work at everything, if that makes any sense. So yeah, Pura Vida, that, again, what you see in that little video right there, that is not, that's kind of at a, I don't know, just a mellow point right there, that particular video. Essentially, imagine like the fireworks show that a municipality does, except every third house is doing that on the same block, block after block after block. And of course, since we're only 9 blocks away from Midway Airport, it gets really interesting to see fireworks being launched higher than the planes are flying. Let me see if I can get some of this. Again, the Van Dyke Brown here onto the base. It doesn't have to be super, super, super complete, because remember, the icicles are going there with his bow. And again, here you go. So you can see we got the snow that we're going to do there. There's our icicles hanging off of that tree. So Nailing, I'm glad that things are going really well. Again, I was just super, super, super happy that that experiment with the cans of spray paint has, I mean, that is monstrous. That terrain, and again, we're talking about hundreds of terrain pieces. We can actually now have hope of getting through all that stuff thanks to these things. So yeah, when you have to figure on 63rd Street, 55th, and Cicero, they chop about the first, well, they top 4 feet off of all of the street lights, and they put red lights there so that the planes know, okay, if there's a blue light, that's a runway. If there's a red light, that's a street. So again, people want a fun experience, just fly into Midway Airport on the 4th of July or during some snow. Either way, you're going to get yourself a super fun experience. One that you can laugh about should you actually survive. Let me get a little bit of our brown over here. Touch of it up there. Also, there's another little strap right there. Again, a lot of that's going to be snow, so we just don't want to fool around too much with that. So yeah, Pura Vida, I think there's that, and then they kind of project lights on them and all kinds of different stuff like that, maybe. Not quite sure how that works. Yeah, well, I'm gonna hit the bow. Over here too. That's tree in the way, which is funny because that is with a shooting guy here. I see so many people willing to take shots with in the ways. Glad you're still there, Dark Horse. Let me see. So 34 minutes in. And now we're going to start getting to some of that lighter stuff. So we've kind of set the stage, right? We did the lighter dry brushy stuff. Now we're going to start getting into some of the juicy things, I guess, if you want to call it that. Here he is. Let me take a wee bit of this. Now I'm going to chuck me a little bit of, whoops, okay. Maybe that was more thinner than I needed. That is going to go here. It's going to go up here. Now we're going to take the, again, this is that Richardson Ice Blue. Now, Russian Blue, I don't know if you saw the latest video. Well, now it's not the latest video, the second to latest video, where we were doing some color charts with this and the other brilliant colors instead of the radiant colors. We like to call this radiant indigo because literally if indigo were a radiant color, it would pretty much be just like this one. And again, the Richardsons have some things to them, but is what it is. Now, oh, here we go. This is now up on the Patreon page. This was episode 5 of the Eldar series. And again, we were using that cobalt teal bluish, but can see it has much more of a greenish tinge to it. Right? We added a lot of the Indian yellow and such. So Tira, yep, it is same kind of a dry brush. We're just about to kind of do that right here. That's actually a bit of a dry brush. The filbert brushes, I mean, I would use them for acrylics anyways. So it's not just an oil painting thing, the filbert brushes. But see right there, see how that just mixes? Alright, look at this. And we can even mix it more if we get, again, one of these blending brushes here. And we can make it even smoother. You just can't do that with the airbrush, right? Because it's, or the with the acrylics, because they're just going to dry. And they'll just kind of be sitting there. Where's our, oh, here you go. So this, again, filbert brush, magenta here, actually the same cobalt teal bluish we're doing now, and then we blend those together. So it's not, magenta now, a little bit of cobalt teal, a little bit more cobalt teal. It's just a bunch of magenta, a bunch of cobalt teal, mix them together, make it happen. So that makes it much easier to do these kind of fairly intense transitions. I mean, even this too, really. You've got really warm sandy colors, and then you have this much cooler kind of a phthalo green. Then it gets a little bit warmer here. So again, you see you've got this almost like a tan color going into a bluish green, and that whole idea of the being able to just take one brush and another brush, blend them together, happens to, let me get this one with the armor here. Right, so we just plop colors on there and then start pushing around. We literally call it the old plop and push. Where are we at here with this? Wait a minute. You see, that is looking a whole lot less shiny. So this plus this. Start getting some lighter stuff going here in the armor, just because. I have to remember which one is a Dandelion in Middle Earth and which one is the GW one here. Tira, actually, if you want to see how that one's painted, well, all of these things, every single session that I do is saved as a highlight. So it's almost as if the Twitch channel was a YouTube channel. So yeah, all you got to do is just, and they all have thumbnails. So just kind of look around through the thumbnails. You say, oh, well, look at this. We got object source lighting over here. Oh, look at this. This has some gold non-metallic. This is a true metallic over here. So yeah, just do that and you'll be able to find all kinds of stuff. Grey Wolf, there was, in here, you can bet there was a lot of areas there where blind blending was really huge because, I couldn't get to it. I think same thing, yeah, on that backpack and everything. It was rough getting back there. So I just kind of plopped a little bit of paint on there and then took it and pushed it around. And of course, again, you got something that's very different, right? Much more muted color range. What are we at here? Fine, I'll throw a little something on that. Shoulder armor. Now, this one figure here, this one is this 3D printed. This is from Dandelions in Middle Earth. We love Dandelions in Middle Earth stuff. And of course, the whole story behind this army, right? Dark Queen Galadriel. She brings the 20 loaves of lambus bread, gives them to Alex the Cave Troll. She ends up with the ring. She kind of takes a pass on the Elven ring. Lothlorien immediately freezes over. And, well, everybody looks just a little bit different. They look a teensy bit different than, and the whole idea behind this, and actually there's a tutorial video on this as well. Choosing that color scheme, using the AI. Actually, these images in the corners that you see there, those were some AI tests. I said, I'm not sure this is going to work. This whole thing with the teal cloaks and the white armor and everything else, I don't know if that's going to work with the snow bases. I type it into type that into AI, and it said, you know what, that is not a bad idea, right, Sarge? How you doing there, Sarge? That's 49 months worth. Thank you so much. So Grey Wolf, the orcs are looking fantastic. Grey Wolf, I was hoping that I know you're trying to get those done so you guys can be playing it and stuff. But I was hoping that these figures have been fun. Actually, Grey Wolf, did you want to share all of your, I almost said all of your Shatterpoint stuff, all of your uh, Black Plague stuff? Because obviously that's looking mighty sensational. So, Sarge, did you have some, we had a heavy-duty fireworks show again tonight between about 9 and 10. I wasn't sure if you had one too. Now, actually, we did some TMM on these elves, and I'm going to try and do some more of that here. These are the old metal GW figs, but yeah, we actually did true metallic metals on those. So great to see you again there, Sarge. I hope everything is fantastic. It's well, it's only 10:50, so yeah, you must be on the regular shift there. Pura Vida says, how about we turn this into a Blitzkrieg? Oh, speaking of Blitzkriegs there, Sarge, if you want to share, your, I almost said your Panther links because Bithron sent me like a picture of 12 Panthers that he's working on in Flames of War scale. So Sarge, it's only on the outer perimeter. Just a little bit of exchange, a little artillery exchange, Sarge. Just a brief artillery exchange. Now here again, look, I think we will use you. So see, we just plop that there. Oh, look at that. Hashtag no layers. This is another Terra. This is huge, huge, huge efficiency right here. Look at just blammo. And then just take something like this brush here. So we're talking about one layer. One layer doing what you might have to do 4, 5, maybe 7 layers overall. We did it in one. Let me see. That's fantastic, Sarge. So Sarge, if you want to share the Tigray, that is fantastic. Now, Sarge, did you get 2 of those landscape? Well, I'm just going to call them mats, or did you get 3 of those? Or I think maybe what you got 2 of them, and they were each different, so you could tell they were kind of handmade, right? And you said, you know what, these are looking pretty nifty. I think I'm going to maybe get me some more of these. What do we got going on here? Let me put a little bit there. And some more here. Now, let me see. if we can scare up. Nope, that's not what I wanted there. I want, there we are. Let's see. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for today's stuff. There we go. So, maybe this will show it here. Look at that. So this is all of that terrain that we made here on the stream. So some of the Rohans, you can see. So again, I just hit it real quick with the spray cans, and my goodness, that really, you can see some of the spray cans sitting around. Again, that's pink foam. The Liquitex spray does not harm it in any way, shape, or form. Totally harmless to it. Astelia there, Pura Vida. Thanks for being here. Pure Vida, yeah, I won't be doing the Saturday stream. I'll see if I can do a Sunday nighter there. Everybody, please check out that the tiger work in progress image. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to get a decent amount of light in there. So, Grey Wolf, I hope it's not too late for you there. I was hoping to maybe start this about 9:45, but all of the preparation for being gone tomorrow, I have to say, is as far as home repairs, I had another success today. Those little solar powered step lights that I put on, I looked right before the stream. They're all on, and they're providing some decent light on the stairs, but not too much. And they're also not illuminating the porch, because all of the like the PLA stuff that I get and the resin, that tends to show up at about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Needless to say, it's dark out, and the last thing I want is to, for however many hours, be advertising, oh yeah, look, there's this box sitting on the porch in the dark, except it's very brilliantly lit now. Landrast, yes, we shaped that foam in any way, shape, or foam. Hey, there's Zach. Nice to see you again. So Zach, well, ReaperCon keeps getting closer. Hopefully, I know you got your classes are pretty much all set. Actually, hey Zach, yeah, if you wanted to mention your classes there in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Grey Wolf, I'll send you a picture of those. Well, I'm waiting for tonight. Actually, after the stream, I want to run out there and take a picture of those, putting their little glow there. Hopefully, they'll still be on by then. This is their first day, so I'm not quite sure if they'll have, the complete charge. Boy, Sarge, they like to do that to you. They really, really, really do like to have those outages, don't they? But yeah, I gotta get me some more of those spray cans, because those are really, really, really tremendous. I might even try to put that in after the stream or something like that. I just, they have been really, really fantastic, and we're only just getting started with them. Now, I still think there's a whole bunch of colors that haven't arrived yet, which just seems weird. Unless I'm just thinking of it wrong and they're all here already. Okay, yeah, let's get that same lighter stuff going right now. These, of course, being the old metal ones. Boy, this part can get a little dicey here. And again, we want to make sure that we don't pile up too much paint on here, right? With the oils, less is more. More is always way too much. Boy, Sarge, I'm sorry that there's never any respite from the craziness with the internet stuff there. For one reason or another, Hopefully no more craziness with pipes that weren't sunk at the right depth, because that was crazy. I know just how thrilled you were with that. That you were absolutely pleased as punch with that extra expense there. Get this going here. I'm hoping that, and of course, the craziness at work and stuff. Hopefully, well, I'm not going to jinx you there, Sarge. Yeah, if I say anything, I'll jinx it. So I'm just going to shut my pie hole there. I'm not going to say anything. If we say anything, the universe will be listening, and the universe will be like, ah, it's time for me to start playing my little game again. The other thing I did was I got another gallon of that paint that I've been using on all the gutters, the doors, the windows, the railings. This is a home repair channel, by the way. It's not just a Lord of the Rings channel or a cavalry channel, an object source sliding channel. Also it's also a non-metallic metal channel, a freehand channel, Song of Ice and Fire channel, cuisine channel, exercise channel. It is a full service channel. We do everything here. We solve all of the world's problems right here during a nice tidy 4 to 6 hour stream. Then, oh, I just realized I did not put the Droppo thinner on the fast mat. Might have to open up a new tube of that. I think we're not. The other one's not exactly exhausted yet, but boy, say during the stream, it's awful hard to get any more paint out of that thing. It's like the whole blood out of a turnip thing right now. Let's see. So Sarge, it's the law firm of Murphy and Sons, and Murphy's laws have. You've had way too many prosecutions under Murphy's laws. Now we'll also, you know what? See, but let's let that set. Let's not fool around with that anymore. And then let's get some stuff on the skin tones, the hair, that sort of stuff. Grey Wolf Studios, I managed to find. I think I might have told you about the Think Positive shirts that Kathy had made for us to take to the chemo stuff, which the nurses they all said they liked those shirts. They were it was a special kind of humor, but they appreciated it. I don't know if you've ever seen those Think Positive shirts. So basically, it's a skeleton with a big old grin, and he's got a big glass of wine in his hand. He's toasting, and it says "Think Positive." And the nurses, when they saw that, they said, "Yep, that's about right." I think she had one made for each of us. We're gonna get this even lighter, obviously, of course, because well, elves in winter. So yeah, I'll try and get a picture of that Grey Wolf, and of course, Grey Wolf. I have a baseball jersey showing up in this color scheme. It's the first baseball jersey that I've made, basically replicating one of my armies. I wanted to do my Easterlings, but they did not have stuff that would be quite appropriate for that. Do I have the other hand? Okay, we got the hand there. Now let's juice on. Let's get to this here. At some point, the Rohirrim jersey and the what was the other one that we did? Oh, well, that one. That's it. Yeah, that's our Galadriel jersey and our Rohirrim jersey. That's going to show up. I did one for somebody else as a birthday present, and I got to see what it looked like, and I said, okay, yeah, we definitely have to have one of those. I'm not sure if anybody saw any of the images from the upcoming War of the Rohirrim movie. It is an anime style, so it's animated, but it is an anime style. However, when you see Medjugorje and even the throne that Helm Hammerhand is sitting on, it looks exactly like the throne from the Two Towers Lord of the Rings movie, which that is very good news, I have to say, because it's the same folks that did the original trilogy are doing this movie, even though it's animated. So Tyra, yep, they are definitely real. And this is from one of my Lord of the Rings channels where he's interviewed all the folks. So yeah, he's not just kind of making stuff up. He's I'm sure they gave him a little something to share. And that was the same channel where I saw the interviews. I think it was last year with Philippa talking about this movie. Obviously, they covered the original trilogy too, but they were definitely focused on this. Hey, Velvera, happy post birthday day. Glad we actually got a chance to wish you a happy birthday yesterday. There was definitely, well, actually, yeah, Velfera, you didn't really get a chance to do any of the fireworks down there, right? So I'm not surprised. Here there was a good hour and a half or so of fairly intensive fireworks. So great to see you again there, Valfira. Where's this guy? So yep, everybody wish Valfira happy belated birthday. I'm gonna try and get me a little bit of that light stuff down in there. Now for Haldir. Yeah, Valfira, I was going to try and do these guys, but the intense lack of sleep and the forthcoming lack of sleep, I just thought let's save these guys for when we are not quite so sleep depraved, as we like to say here. Yeah, that's right, Valfira. I'm pretty sure I sent you my videos, right? Now, well, again, I think I only sent you a tiny smattering of them. I gotta send you more of those. So you can see this is starting to really take shape. What are we, an hour in? Not even 58 minutes in. And this is already starting to take some shape here. Where's that other little pointy ear of his? There it is. This is before Valfera. So yeah, I think last night maybe I had 4 hours of sleep. Tonight it will be more like 3. The next night, more like 3. So if I try to stream on Sunday, needless to say, there might be some sleep streaming. So surrounded by muggles, we're actually painting Lord of the Rings stuff right now. So that's Haldir. You might recognize these guys if you. Now again, they were not actually at the Hornburg, but the Two Towers movie showed them at Helm's Deep. So GW did Haldir's Elves, and they are at Helm's Deep. And of course, well, here you go. There's Dark Queen Galadriel, And here's again some more of our Galadriel elves. And we certainly have done just a teensy bit of Warhammer. Where's here we go. We've been doing a whole bunch of Tomb Kings and Bretonnians right there. So yeah, plenty of Warhammer stuff. Ah, that's fantastic, Zach. And again, if you want to post anything in the chat about your upcoming ReaperCon stuff, go ahead. So yeah, we will be doing more of these. I have a bunch of these printed out. So yes, we will be doing more of those. Again, just a little minor freehand on those, just for funsies. And of course, yes, we've done tons and tons of Lord of the Rings stuff. Again, more fantasy stuff as well. So see you later there, Tara. Thanks so much for being here. Let's see. Yeah, Landrast. Well, I suppose that I should also. Oh, what's that? Was that the? That wasn't the ogre. The giant, right? Landrast. I suppose I should paint the giant. And since it would be too hideous to have around here, I should send it to you also. Yeah, it would be too embarrassing to just leave that sitting around here, right? Now, when it comes to Star Wars, we've painted all kinds of Shatterpoint stuff. So we've painted, I don't know, about 30 Shatterpoint figures on the stream here. Again, if you want to check them out, all you got to do is find some of the older episodes. We save all of the highlights here. Every single one is saved. Here's some more. So yes, we've been painting these for over a year now. All kinds of, and I got a bunch more boxes that I'm working on trying to get those prepped. Yeah, Landris, again, it would just be it would be for my own health, right? Just to get rid of that thing. So, because it would be very embarrassing to just keep having to look at that. So definitely send that off your way for sure. So see you later there, Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Again, I know it's on the later side for you there, so sorry about that. Now, let's start getting some of that reflected light over here, too. So that's going to be shiny metal. How in the world is it not reflecting a pretty darn intense color right next to it? Makes no sense. So everybody, please check out that class event schedule there that Zach just posted. If you are going to be at ReaperCon Labor Day weekend, right, Zach? So Labor Day weekend, if you're going to be at the ReaperCon, do that. No way I can go there this year. I'm hoping that maybe in 25 that becomes a possibility. That's going to be a recurring theme. Is that, well, I'm kind of just kind of banking on 2025. We sort of have to sacrifice a good chunk of the rest of this year so that next year we don't have to actually do that. Velfera, it really, I actually, I was trying to like spray too much of it in an area just to see what it melted. I even took my glove and just like tried to smush it into the foam to see, okay, does it make the foam okay, maybe it doesn't melt it, but does it make it kind of softer? Didn't do anything. Yeah, Zach, basically the idea is that I would before ReaperCon mail all the stuff that I would need, and that would just live in the Reaper factory. And then all I would have to do is basically get myself down there instead of having to also myself and all the stuff. So that's what I'm trying to arrange for 2025. Because there was no good way. Flying or driving either way was just a non-starter. As if I had to haul stuff with me. You eliminate that, changes everything. this. Mm, yeah. Making sure again that we can have that reflected some. Yeah, we didn't really get the reflection going. Now we got it going a little bit better. So that's our two metal ones. Now we are on to the one of this. I think this is the last 3D printed one that I haven't gotten any paint on. I've printed up a whole bunch more. I think it's safe to say that just with the existing stuff that I have, I probably have a 600 to 700 point Galadriel army at this point. So Green Fairy, the terrain was looking fantastic. I know you still got to put your Mod Podge on there, right? Green Fairy, if you want to share, well, I guess you could just share the Facebook link, right? So Valfair, these are the Make It Epic. I believe that this branch right here is also part of this set, which is also part of this set. This is also from Make It Epic Basing. I did print some of these. Now I printed them on the bamboo really big, like 4 times the size of this. I mean, they're literally like out to here. Yeah, like that tall now. And I don't know if I've actually printed any uh, larger ones though on the resin printers. I don't think I have. So everybody check out that Discord link that Green Fairy Studios just shared. Some really fantastic Carnival terrain. Hey there, Elite. Nice to see you again. And thank you so much, Holly Monster, for the raid. Everybody, please give Holly Monster a follow. So, Holly Monster, I hope that you are doing fantastic. We're painting up some more of our Galadriel elves here. Now, this is kind of a fun one here. Let's take a look at these. So, this is a 3D print that we did a couple of weeks ago. This is the old GW figure, so you can kind of see the direction that we're going here. And obviously, eventually, it's going to have the snow and the icicles and all that kind of good stuff there. So, Holly Monster, I hope that you're doing very well. We've also been working, well, speaking of more Lord of the Rings stuff here, this is the second of 3 Arnor armies. So I think we painted up almost 20 of these guys. All right, here's another. Oh, there's a little halfling right there. Very dapper looking halfling. Now, last night for the 4th of July, we were painting these. And of course, Holly Monster, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So we painted up these 4 guys. What was it? Actually, it was about a 3 hour and 45-minute stream. All painted with the oils right there. So some very different color schemes for sure. So yep, Green Fairy Studios. I think I got it. Oh yeah, look. Get my hand out of the way. So yeah, that is all. That's all done with the spray cans, and that's our foam. Yeah, you can see it here. There's the archery range. Let me see if I can. This is that's the whatchamacallit, the blacksmith, and that's the stable. No, that's the not so great Hole of Irken brand. That's why it's not so great. So there you go. There's our pink foam, and there's some. We're getting some spray on there. So everybody, please give Holly Monster a follow. And everybody, please check out the link that Holly Monster just shared. So Holly Monster, I hope that your ReaperCon plans are going well. Were you going to be taking classes there as well? And again, everybody, please give Holly Monster a follow. I don't want to get too much of that in there. Let me get some of this too. Oof, okay. That's going to be, that is a much lighter version of our, okay, there we go. I was going to say, that's a little bit lighter than I wanted. Green Fairy, geez, I could swear that I actually have more cans that are supposed to be here, but maybe I actually do need to get some. Oh, actually, I've almost run out. I've done so much stuff with them that there's two cans that are running really low, and there's a third and fourth can. They're starting to, well, let's say they're below half. They're starting to run a little bit on the low side too, so I need to restock on those. But Green Fairy, I do suggest that you get the, just like I said in the video, you got to get that multiple tip thing. Don't worry about using the really widespread ones. That's not going to work. Get the more narrow spray ones. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So Holly Monster. Again, everybody please check out that Instagram link. And I'm glad that you're kind of getting everything ready. So maybe it always ends up being kind of a last minute craziness, right? But hopefully maybe not too much. So yeah, Green Fairy. When you get that multiple pack, you have to get the three that are in there. You can't just order the fine ones, which is what I wanted to do. You kind of have to get all of them. I mean, it is what it is. It's only I think $5 or $6 for all six of them. So it's not like it's not like it's thousands of dollars. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you had a chance to see the airborne troops that we were painting last night. I was not able to get the ships prepped in time, and Grand Oracle, holy smokes, it was pretty crazy just trying to get those guys assembled. Yeah, let's just say you get really spoiled with the resin miniatures, right? One piece thing. Slap it on that base, you're good to go. Yeah, this not so much. There we are. So Green Fairy. What's nice is that now the other thing too is you want to have not just circulation in the area for obvious reasons, but having a little bit of circulation is nice to kind of dry it. You can somewhat sort of actually wet blend a little bit if you know what I mean. You can kind of spray one right after the other and you can almost get them to blend together. Hey Mini Studio, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Mini Studio, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Grand Oracle. It was about wow. We combined Green Fairy Studios and Grand Oracle. The Green Oracle. Well, that would be this. There's the Green Oracle right there, of the flashlight. Valfera. Now, is it which George Bailey is it? Is it the crazy scene where he's coming out, from the door of Ma Bailey's boarding house, and he's got the wild-eyed look on him? So thanks Mini Studio. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, Grand Oracle. Let me just push this out of the way. And these were the gents that we painted on stream last night. We did the darker primer method, just the usual dark brown. That was it. Just the usual dark brown. There's my brush. Yeah, here. I guess that now Valfira, is that that's not. Oh, I thought you were saying game body. So I was thinking, oh, it's a printable one, so we could actually kind of adjust the size of it if we need to be able to fit it on stream. Yeah, we gotta get to this guy here. Those metal ones are very top heavy. So much appreciated, Dark Horse. And of course, thanks for being the first one to jump on. Geez, an hour and 15 minutes ago. Again, hour 15 minutes ago. Well, there was no paint on these. Nada, zilch, none, zippo. Okay, where's that? Will I use this? Sure, I'll just use this one. Tap, tap, tap. Again, just taking the blending brush to it. Like so. This. And let's go on this side. Let's go on the side here. Kind of almost doing some regular dry brush in there. Let's really get that layer. And then, of course, we want to do this. We want this set. And then we can get into all the freehandy stuff back here. But remember, that was super, super shiny when we were doing all of our that glaze stuff down in the crevices there to darken that down. Thanks. I appreciate that, Velfira. Nah. Speaking of blending brush, it's good. Take some of that away. It's kind of like an eraser. Get some of this going here. And like I said, I was originally going to be doing these guys, but I just, with the extreme lack of sleep that's already happened and about to happen, I said, you know what, why don't we just save those for when we have a little more brain power going on than the absolute minimal non-brain power we're going to have going on here. Which is why these have not been lightened up yet. There we go. And once again, blending brush. Oh, look at that. See, there's no need to layer that. We're just going to take this. We're going to spread that lighter color down into the shadows there. See that? Super delicate brush stroke. Doesn't have to be, because we can do that. Poof. Just draw this red. There's no way for me to reach that. There's a big old branch sitting here. But being able to do that little secret blending there. Look at this. Again, I'm just going to drop some paint there. We take this little guy. We are going to take that coat. We're going to just press that around. Look at this. Okay, how long did this take? How many colors did I have to mix up besides, well, almost none? So we're not going to forget a reflection over there. Gotta reflect this onto the arm. Actually, over here too. What the heck? You know what? We can maybe get this a little lighter now. Like out here. And then here. So Grand Oracle, I was able to get the Montana, the Essex, and those other ships off of the build plate today. Remember I was saying those things were pretty ginormous? That Montana class is bigger than an Essex class carrier. It is. I have to say, I don't even know if. Let's see, what's the longest one? I'd have to say that if I put it on this thing, the bow would probably be hanging off of this, and the stern would be hanging off of this. That's how much bigger it is, and that's the Enterprise. And as you know, I mean, everything he does is to scale, right, Grand Oracle? It's not like he has one ship that's just slightly bigger, outsized than another. They're all scaled to be as they should in relation to each other. So that Montana class is massive. Well, it kind of had to be long because if you're going to have four triple 16-inch mount, I'm assuming they were 16-inch guns. I don't think they were 17s. They certainly weren't 18s like your Musashi class. Throw this in here. There were a lot of turrets to print out. I'm imagining that it also has more than just 10 of the 5-inch gun mounts. I'm just throwing it out there. Now we gotta let this set. I gotta get me some of the darker stuff on here. Let me see if maybe I can use this indigo with a little phthalo green. A little more phthalo green. Minus that piece of fuzz that's sitting on the end of that brush. We cannot have too much thinner in this. Otherwise, it's just going to settle right down in all of those crevices. And not what we're looking for. Not at all. Because, yeah, this way here. Yeah. The other thing I realized that I have to do with that Candish terrain where I want to do all the freehand, I think I'm going to have to put those on some kind of a flat base or something. I wanted to leave them as they were so I could put them on, shall we say, rougher terrain. But to be able to paint those things, I need to be able to stick them on something. And that means I need some kind of flat surface to be able to do that. No idea quite how that's going to play out. I might even use a little bit of AI to just say, show me a Mongolian yurt with, I don't know, these colors on it, just to see what it shows me, just for some kind of random ideas. And of course, we repeat our programming note that I won't be streaming, we won't be doing our usual Saturday stream. I will try to do a substitute Saturday stream on Sunday if possible. Let me get this going here. More of our charcoal over there. We can start to see a bit of a pattern start to arise here. Like that. No, we'll do Prussian blue on that. We'll just do Prussian blue there. Now, where's my example there? Okay, we'll keep going with some of this darker stuff here. Again, it is indigo mixed with phthalo green, which is definitely better than, was it Prussian green? Well, that Prussian green, that was very warm, and it was, well, it had no staining power. Strange, right? Because Prussian blue is, as we know, it's one of our regular staining colors. It was pretty wild, Grand Oracle, to be working with, well, something like a bolt action figure, right? Where it's just various shades of olive drab. There was one really interesting thing was that these leather spats that they have. It was in one of my photo references I found. It was the only photo reference I could find that had those. But yeah, actual leather spats. I was not expecting to see something like that. Get some of this teal on here real quick, just as a reminder. Because I was forgetting all about that. Valfera, I will try to do the Monday stream. Now it is possible. Again, we we were talking about the laws of Murphy, right? That I call in on the 10th and they say, "Oh, you don't have to show up." We know how that's going to go. It is possible that on Thursday the 11th I go there and that's my one and only day. In which case, then everything is back to normal for streaming. Of course, again, that's all predicated on certain things happening. That's kind of how I'm hoping it's going to go. So Grand Oracle, I haven't heard of that. Let me see. So now, is that for all of the like all the Patreons that we have, or is that just when we buy files? Well, like the ship files and stuff. I wasn't sure if those are individual purchases or it does also cover all Patreon stuff. Unfortunately, I may not have a choice because I kind of need that stuff to be sitting there because there's so much of it. That would not be very cool if they did that, but I may not have a choice, which is probably why they're doing it, right, Grand Oracle? All right, I think. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's here. Let me get a little bit more of this darker stuff to get some of these edges here. Then we're gonna probably come back with some of our light here on the armor. Yeah, let's do that. Let me compare this to our previous one real quick here. I can still go lighter than that, so let me take this guy here. At this high point here for sure. Back to this. Again, back to our little kind of dry brushy stuff here. Come on, there we go. A little more. Get rid of you. You know what? Here, let me get a little bit more of the dark on some of the armor here. So again, that is the indigo, a little bit of the phthalo green mixed into it. More of that dirt right here. Also over here. Of course, that made these guys, boy, being the old metal figures, this was always the part that would be kind of crazy. hopefully when we get our lightest light on there, that's going to settle up this shape even more. I wonder, does he have? You can't really see any on him. Haldir, I know you can see his. The other guy's wearing a hood, so you can't see that at all. Oh, we've got this, and maybe some of the Mars yellow Jeep. Is that Hansa yellow? Put that over here. So again, a couple of these are the old metal GW figs. This one, the guy with the banner. More light over here. And then that's right, we've been mixing this in with it. It doesn't just make it lighter, it makes it much more of like a lemon yellow type color there. Here. Get that hair down over there. Chuck some of that over here. We gotta get his, I think some lighter stuff for his eyes too, perhaps. So this is not white. This is that Richardson ice blue. Appropriately enough, we've been using a lot of ice blue on this. Well, all of our Galadriel elves. Now we'll just have to use some of our straight up fast matte white on that. Speaking of which, let me see if I can start to put some of that really light stuff on here. Start breaking this down. Get some thinner on there. This is our fast matte white. Get a little bit more. And we'll probably take the same, do the same kind of blending brush routine on that. Trying to get him some eyes going there. Fine, I'll let some of the cobalt teal work its way on his face. Maybe that should just be more of a leather thing right there and not too much with the light. Here. Yeah, let's hit the fingers a little more too. Also this. Top of that bow. And as we work our way down into all the armor stuff here, that really should start to get much more. Yeah, see those edges starting to get picked up a little bit more there. More of the armor here again. Really gotta emphasize that top edge here somehow. Like this, yeah, it's really hard to get at this stuff down in there. Oh gosh, this was sculpted for the two towers set back in what, 2002, 2003. So this miniature is at least 21 to 23 years old. So weird to have this right next to the brand new resin print version. Let me do this here. Lighter stuff there. Here's some here. Right all along this edge. And so it goes from the reflected color to the ambient light and then to some shadow out there. We'll be coming back in with the indigo for an even finer edging here on these leaves of the armor. Okay, so that really changes this. It's all of a sudden looking very sparkly and shiny, right? It was looking kind of dull there for a while. But of course, things must be messy before they can be neat. So it is written in the Book of Wapple. Anything? Okay, yeah. Let's get some of the lighter fletching on here. Also here. Oh, by the way, Armored Wolf is at a he's at another one of those Ren fairs this weekend. So that's why we won't well, unless it gets really well, no. Uh, since they're 3 hours behind us, I was going to say, well, yeah, the fair is long over, but no. It's only 8:45 there, and maybe just ended. And I have a feeling that Armored Wolf is going to be a wee bit fatigued anyway, so. Ooh, not too light there. Now we haven't gotten the armor on his shoulders yet. We still have to get even lighter on the cloak and such. Do we? Yeah, let's put a little bit more on the end there. Also here. Yeah, okay. Now, where's Banner Guy? And then all of this little filigree stuff, that's all going to essentially be that indigo mixed with our phthalo green. We are still only 99 minutes in. Yes, we started 1 hour 39 minutes ago. There was just primer on these. That's it. Working with traditional oil paints right out of the tube. This will be another tricksy thing right here, trying to get this light on that top edge. Now, obviously, these were all sculpted by hand with grain stuff. These are not STL files. I was not kidding about how used you can get to not having to deal with all the vagaries of mold lines and trying to assemble weird things. Well, I'm gonna start getting me some lighter stuff on the birch tree as well. See if I can't put a little weight on the top of that armor plate, and then a little more here. Gotta do some stuff on the helmet here. Hey there, Bill. Great to see you again. I hope that you had yourself a fabulous 4th of July there, Bill. I have to send you some video. Actually, oh, did I send you some? I thought I did. I'll have to send you some of the video of all the pyrotechnics here. Yeah, so after the tomorrow I'll send you some videos of the goings on yesterday with all the fireworks. Keno, how you doing? Welcome back. I hope that you are also doing well. We still have 11 minutes of our happy Friday here. But for a lot of folks, it is already a happy Saturday. So, Keno, I hope that you're doing well. I can't believe I think this actually gets me to 30 Galadriel figures now. Now, I mean, obviously we have a couple of Haldir figures, but there's a couple of other elven heroes, so they can kind of serve as multiple characters until we. Oh, Sentinels! That's what I really need to print out for this. I know that I have. I swear I printed out Sentinel miniatures. So those are the elves that basically they play some music or something like that, and they do any evil figure that it's targeting has to do a courage test. I forget what happens. I don't think it leaves the battlefield, but I think it basically is almost like hypnotized and controlled by the Galadriel player. So maybe they just have a move away from an objective or something. So yeah, Bill, that was one of the milder clips right there. It doesn't really show that the fact that every single, let's see, about every third house was doing something like that. I was hoping that the sound at least could convey that, where people would say, okay, that sound is going, but it doesn't match any of the explosions. We saw one explosion. Why are there 5 different sounds going? Because that would be all of the other folks blowing off stuff at the same time. So yeah, basically they're like elf rangers with flutes. Or lyres, whatever. And they play some kind of a song or whatever. And I think basically what happens is the target becomes kind of confused or whatever, and the sentinel basically is able to lure them somewhere else. Again, typically going to be getting them off of an objective or whatever. Or possibly, I don't know, maybe just to immobilize them. I think all you can do is just move them or something like that. I can't imagine it's anything too dramatic. Now here, let me actually get some, this on our birch tree, except not quite that thick. That was a little too much. So Bill, speaking of posting things, if there's anything you wanted to share, new miniature type stuff that you've been doing, please go ahead and Bill. Oh, here, we were doing these guys last night on our 4th of July celebration there. So yeah, the Bolt Action Band of Brothers set. Can't wait to get all of the greenery on those guys. That's going to be very fun. So now I'm going to start the process of maybe getting some of the lighter stuff here on the birch trees. It's very possible that Kathy's family is going to send me some fresh birch bark. I still have some of the old birch bark that they sent me years ago, or that we brought back with us years ago. But I might be getting a supply of fresh birch bark for painting on for our 2D art. That stuff is really nice for painting and drawing on, I'll tell you that. Let me move this around here. Again, just trying to get some of this lighter stuff. Even this is not our lightest light on this here birch tree. We will also get a few more really deep darks on this. So I've never actually had any. Well, the Galadriel army that I had, it was storm callers. That's what I get. Gee whiz, I don't have anything to represent storm callers. I need something like that. Well, of course, you never see anybody in the battle reports using them. You only see people in battle reports basically using the same 3 armies and the same 3 figures from each army, so why am I not surprised? I am going to just get some of this, and we're just going to let that mix with the Van Dyke Brown that's already here. No fuss, no muss. No fuss banner pole there. We should maybe like this stuff. A teensy bit out here, not too much, because again, we don't want to darken that down. Now we gotta let that tree set for a bit. Let me see what I can do up here. Same deal with the indigo and the green. That's what we're looking to do there. Same sort of thing. So let's see, Dark Horse into the west. In Deep Geek. I know that one. Oh, Broken Sword. Broken Sword is another one. Actually, I haven't listened to the Broken Sword in a bit. I'm surprised that they didn't have. I'm surprised they didn't have a little thing on the War of the Rohirrim movie. Of course, let's see. There's Golems, Gamers, Conquest Creations, Last Alliance of Noobs and Men, Great Bear Gaming, I think Two Trees Gaming. Now SW Miniature, I don't hear anything from them anymore. It's gee whiz. Now maybe they have been doing videos all this time. It's kind of weird. The Lord of the Rings channel or MESBG channels have a tendency to come and go. It was funny to see all of them get that miniature guess so wrong. I said it's an Arnor miniature, and the new book is going to be the Fall of Arnor. And there are some of them that were postulating stuff about Last Alliance books and stuff, Second Age stuff. I said no, it's just going to be Fall of Arnor. Especially now that they're starting to show Angmar figures too. Speaking of Angmar, we have a bunch of printing goes ever on Angmar that's printing right now. After the stream, I'm going to start up that Gullivar print. Yeah, Dark Horse, it's really just the same stuff over and over again. No cav, except for one idiot on a horse. And that horse gets sniped out first or second turn. If they actually would do a cavalry army with lots of horses, guess what wouldn't happen? But no, 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 you can't have cavalry. And if anybody has a Candish, they only have a Candish alliance, and it's like one chariot. That's the grand alliance there. Whereas for me, well, as you know, I have that big old Candish army, and that is what we're going to be painting that terrain for, if you remember. So all those yurts and everything, that's all for the Candish army. Now this here is going to be a little bit more difficult just because of how it's oriented, and also, well, there's a tree in the way. So we'll just try and do the best we can here with this. And of course, well, yeah, Ingmar, that was always the same thing. I have seen some people finally do something more interesting, where it's a whole bunch of dire wargs and crazy stuff. Just like I want my Dunlendings to be a whole bunch of Huskarls and Creebane. Yeah, not like one or two stands of Creebanes, but more like a dozen. Just because. So typically what you're going to see, the other one you see is Harad with a few Mahud riders, and of course the Witch King and a Taskmaster. Yeah, you don't see any Merchant Guard or Hasharan or anything like that. Well, let's put it this way. When we start playing our games of Lord of the Rings, we're not going to be going meta. We're going to have our own meta. Let me take away a little bit of that lighter stuff there. Okay. Did we get the... Man, we did start to work in some of our lighter colors on this, didn't we? Yes, we did. In fact, we're going to be taking the edge off of some of that here. Where's our guy with the... Because we're going to have to start gearing up our freehandy stuff there pretty soon. Catch a little couple edges of my dark here. Just like all the other ones, after these are dried. Icicles, snow, all that stuff. Yeah, Dark Horse, pretty much I think with that you'll see maybe, well, you see obviously Durin, you're going to see mostly Grimhammer, maybe some Khazad-dûr, but none of there's so much other fun stuff that they have that you never see. Well, you will be seeing that with my Khazad-dûm army. I think we got about 15, 16 or so dwarves, that maybe a little bit more. Where are those guys hiding there? There they are. Now I think these are all from Medbury. Yeah, that's the start of our dwarven army. I do actually have some Vault Warden teams from Printing Goes Everon, maybe even Kurzlik. So yeah, I think I've got maybe about 20 dwarves or so, something like that. Obviously with the same kind of Moria style basing. I think I even have some of those prepped too, in addition to all the printed out stuff. So again, that's the indigo, some of the phthalo green. Let's see, I think the Khazad-dûm, they also have the dwarf rangers with the crossbows. I seem to remember. So yeah, the Goat Riders, that's all Iron Hill, so that's going to be your Erebor. And those guys, they also have the siege weapons and the chariots, the goat chariots. I have a bunch of those printed out. We've actually already painted a whole bunch of goat riders on the stream, from Printing Goes Ever On, and what is it? Kurzluk, yeah. Oh, and I think Diwali, yeah. So there's some of the goat riders that we painted previous streams. Let me get a little bit more here. A little more of that dark up here. I might just go with the Mars black then, maybe here. I'm going to try and get some darker stuff. A couple of these locations are on our birch tree. Then we might have to hit our really lightest light on that birch tree. We haven't done that yet. Separate this too. More of our dark in there. Okay, that's mostly just Van Dyke Brown. A little bit of the Mars black too. By the way, I have been putting the Mars black from Gamlin out here ever since that tutorial video. I realized, you know what, I've got like 3 tubes of Mars black that are not Williamsburg. Maybe I should just start using some of those so we don't end up having to get a whole nother Mars black tube from Williamsburg. I'm gonna try and get this guy an eye here and one there. I think that'll just have to be good enough. We have a bit of our Teokada that needs to go on this symbol here. You know, I might just paint that like so, and then we'll go back with our blue. Yeah, I'm going to do that on the other side here too. Where are we at? So this is the reason why I was doing that. I'm like, yeah, we should just fill that whole thing in. Make that a little bit easier. What is that? Is that his hair, or is that, oh, that's a quiver with all kinds of weird metal stuff there. All right. Good to know. Maybe, no. Let's just get our freehandy pattern on here. We'll just get some of the ice blue and start with this. So break it down a little bit. Don't need it to be a pin line wash, that's for sure. Now we'll be starting right about here-ish. Well, we've done this pattern about 24 times. Possibly even a little bit more. Comes up and over this way. Which way we going here? Yeah, that's too much. We can make adjustments on that, or we could even just say nope, and we'll do that. It's like an eraser, and then we start again. I'm not saying, but I'm pretty sure that you can't do that with the acrylics. Not really. Where basically all we did was just we said that is not quite working the way it is supposed to. We shall wipe that out and give that another try. Push that this way. And of course we can do all kinds of fun cleanup on this with the when we get to the that darker indigo phase again. And all this is essentially just replicating a bit of the shield design. That's all it is. There's nothing fancy about it. It's just, well, yeah, this shield design, we'll take this one part of it, we'll stick it on the back of the cloaks. And since we've basically done every single army with it, it just, a simple pattern like this just looks so much snazzier. We got this, okay, and then it is a bit changed. Where's the, yeah. That might have been one of our early ones right there. Because it didn't quite have this same element to it. That go down and under, and then back around again. This might seem very, very, very light, but it's actually not. This is not our lightest light. We can go lighter than this if it's the need arises. Not too much thinner, of course. Where's our... Okay, there is an inner circle there. Okay, that makes... That starts to make a little more sense. So then we have to let that sit there. Now let's maybe work on the greens around it. Although what I might do is that, remember that print that I wanted to check on, and it's just something that the printer camera is just not going to show. So I need to kind of run down there really, really, really quick and see what's happening with the Bambi cam down there. So the Gondor Knights, not really. The regular old Gondor Knights, pretty much just, yeah. I don't think they're an armored horse. Maybe they have a little bit better armor than nothing. Okay, yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I shall return in just a moment. All I want to do is just run down there and see what is happening with that print, just to make sure it's not falling off the printer there. So that print is hanging on there. So it looks like that's going to finish, which is that's fantastic news. It's a very weird way that I don't know if it's just something unique to the way Printing Goes Ever On does all of his A-frame style roofs. But holy smokes, he doesn't make it easy for those to print out. Now, of course, this could have been maybe an older piece of terrain. Let's see if we can get some lighter stuff going on with the sword here. So Landrast, either for the overnight into tomorrow print, it's either going to be more of the Conquest Creations, basically Minas Morgul stuff, or it's going to, I'm going to start on the Ironmoor Fortress for Printing Goes Ever On, which is basically like another version of the of Helm's Deep, just in tower form. So I might be starting that. I went to print just the very top parapet of the tower, that Ironmoor Fortress there, thinking, oh, it'll be just a little tiny circle. Holy smokes. The tiny little parapet thing on top was, I mean, it's got to be at least 4 inches across or something like that. This thing is going, it's a mega tower. I mean, it is supposed to be Barad-dûr, so, I mean, it sort of makes sense. I think you also have playable levels, so you could actually, I mean, I haven't actually really looked at the JPEGs and stuff. And I do believe that Ironmoor Fortress is also now in the latest release. I think that's what he calls it. Actually, Landrast, I wasn't able to quite finish the prep on it, but I wanted to print his Gullivar. So when you talked about the Draco Lich, it got me thinking about that Gullivar file. Let me see if I can scare up some more of the lighter stuff in here, especially. We'll have to just come back with the dark again. Oh, like so. Yeah, we'll just have to come back with our dark. No big deal. We've certainly done that before. Well, that wasn't supposed to go there. Yeah, Landras, he definitely seems to have like different eras of the sculpting there, and some, when it comes to the terrain especially. And I just don't know if some of the earlier stuff, because that Rohan, the Medjugorje Palace there, every single, 99% of the pieces I had to do is either simplify and or repair the edges, or manifold edges on them. I don't know if you've run across that. But yeah, I keep hearing that Bamboo is going to launch a new, larger version of the X1. So I think instead of just trying to sneak another X1 in while that, I don't even know if the sale's still going on anymore. I think we'll just try to wait and see if we can't score the newer, larger one. Trying to get that lighter stuff here on the edges of all of these armor leaves. Down here, now on this scale mail there. Certainly need to lighten up this. Get some light on the edge of here. somehow gotta get the brush down in there. Get a little bit of the light on his helmet somehow. Let me see if I can. Ah, there you are. I actually ended up having to use a little bit of hot glue here, and there's a strand of it sitting here that I keep bumping into. Ah, there we go. Very helpful. So yeah, just had to go and see if that was still hanging on. I think it's probably still got another hour and a half or so to go. Pull this down here. Also there. I think a little more of our lighter armor on the edge of this. Let me get a little bit of the Prussian blue. We haven't put any of this on the sword. I don't think the other one has. There's a bow. Yeah, the other one just has the banners, so we don't have to worry about this on the other two. Yeah, a little bit of the Prussian blue here. So it's not just to make that darker, it's also to get that little bit of a color change and blending brush that. Also here. Also here. See if we can work in. Man, look at you. Yeah, we're gonna try and go a little bit lighter with the turquoise here. No. That's what we wanted. Some of the radiant green. More of the radiant blue. I mean, I guess we could have just used radiant turquoise. It's kind of what we're making here. Just starting to break that down a little bit. So Dark Horse, it's basically just going to be more cav. It's pretty much Gondor cav. It's just that obviously you have Argadir, so you have at least maybe a cavalry hero to go along with it. We don't really have something like that with Gondor. Now, they might do something different with the lance, the way that works. I think they're doing it more as a war spear that might give you some lance-like bonuses, but maybe not straight-up lance. I also think that something tells me it could be that cavalry is just, and that character, Argadir, that's probably going to be a legendary legion or something. Because then all these people are like, yeah, man, we can do Arnor and get all this cheap cav and everything. Something tells me that, again, that's the tournament crowd kind of going a little bit too crazy. I think GW might, again, go Legendary Legion and say, well, you can have that stuff. You just can't ally it with a bunch of elves and hobbits and whatever else. Even this is not straight up white or anything of the sort here. Is it light? Sure is, but it's definitely not white. Get some more of my light in here. Again, it's just a lighter version of our teal Kata color, and then we're going to go back in there, I think maybe with some of our darker stuff. Gonna get that there we go, reflecting some of this on to the sword blade. We haven't done that over here. Now, oops. Blending brush. More of our lighter green on the banner guy here. So basically doing that so we give like our just these I think it's just Royal Guard or Galadriel Guard. That's not really a banner, that's just a spear or whatever, or maybe a halberd. I have to kind of look and see what the Royal Guard has or Galadriel Guard has as weapons. That was not really something that was in the army back when I was playing them. And by back when I was playing them, I'm talking about 2012. That was a few moons ago. I don't think I'm going to try to throw this lighter green in there. And even this, I can still go a little lighter than that if need be. Sometimes instead of going lighter, what are you better off doing? You're better off going darker. When in doubt, make things darker, so says the Book of Wapple. Oh yeah, this is another place where maybe we should get a little bit of our light here. We did on the other side. That worked out pretty well. Where's Haldir? There he is. That up there is too much like the armor. We need to get that more like his cloak. Maybe I can still go later there, or I should come back with the indigo again. Nah, that's too much. Look at that way. It's like we have an eraser. Catching a little bit more of our light there. Yep. On his cloak over here. Not really going to try to throw any freehand in on that section there. I think we'll just leave that be. Not even sure just how much use the actual holder is going to get. Again, he might be substituting as one of the other heroes or something. Let me look at his bow. So maybe we can get some more dark on that. And I think also, yeah, let's get some dark on that. Now, actually, I think, was it Bithron was saying that, somebody was saying that actually Steeler Rebel might have been streaming. Now, of course, since I had to end this, well, it wasn't all that early. It was still 3-something o'clock, and I was streaming. Back to, yeah, let's just, when in doubt, make things darker. Let's do that. Let's get back into this darker stuff here. Especially on the bow. Let me start going this way with it. Because the fingers also need to have some of the dark restored. Because remember, this is a metal figure. So mold lines were running through those fingers. Dark up here again. Also here. And then spread that out up here and down here too. I think, yeah, that's just too light next to his cloak. That, yep. See, when in doubt, make things darker. Sometimes you're just better off doing that. Then I can lighten up this part here. Once again, to sharpen this, oh, you know, even more of just the indigo to darken that. Also neutralize it a little bit. Some dark, yeah, we ended up with a bunch of light and mid-tone, which is okay, but we need to have that third layer, sort of, that ultra dark here again, right up against the lightest light there. Separate the fingers a little here too. Let's see what we can do here. If they, so we're gonna do this, right, and then we'll come back with the lighter stuff, and that's where we can split up the eyebrow and the eyelids just a whole lot easier. Might also try to get a little of the greenish stuff in his skin tone. Alright, now he's got some eyes going on him. Ooh, okay, that would have been a little too much of the... I was taking some of that our turquoise. Wanted to bring that onto his face. There, okay, now it's almost... Ooh, look at that. That is almost like a violet gray. That is a very nifty skin color right there. So that was the Terra Rosa and the teal. Now that new gallon of house paint that I just got, oh, I wonder if I could show that here. Let me see. So the print is successful. So yay, that is done. Oops, wait a minute. There it is. So this is the house paint right here. So look at this. So it's slate blue, right? But look at this raw umber in there, and then look at the red oxide. And that, I think, is where the opacity is, because when I wash my brush, I don't see any blue. All I see is the oxide and the umber. So again, this is the house paint that we got, and that's been really good stuff. So you can see, and that's their official mixing codes right there for Menards. Darken this up a little, sharpen up the edge there. Like I said, this channel does a whole bunch of things. Home repairs are one of them. We offer home repair advice. I need to get some lighter stuff happening on that, on the arrows, not just the fletching. Oh, we can go darker over here, and also sharpen the edges a little bit. So Mini Studio, that's what I've been painting the gutters with, and the doors, and now the iron railings on the banisters, on the steps there. So that is exterior paint. And it's been very good. It was very expensive, but the idea was that it's a one coat sort of a thing, and it covers all surfaces. And yes, indeed, I've only had to do one coat of it. So it is not oil-based, it's an acrylic. How's about we welcome in Spark Minis. Spark Minis, how you doing? So Spark, everybody please give Spark Minis a follow. So Spark, is your capital palette entry done, or is it mostly done? I'm just kind of spacing. I'm thinking I could swear it's done because I thought I just saw an Instagram post. So we are adding some more to our Galadriel elves. This is a 3D print that I did. This is the old GW figure. So this figure here is at least 22 years old ish, maybe even older than that. So this brand new, right, being a 3D print, this is 20 some odd years old. Now we've also been working on two other ones. 2 hours and 29 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. No paint, no freehand stuff, no nothing, no paint at all. So Spark Minis, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Uh, of course, it's all part of our Dark Queen Galadriel army here. So this is where Galadriel chooses to accept the One Ring and winter falls in Lothlorien. Here's some more of our Galadriel Cav. This is also a 3D print right here. So that's all part of the same army. Now, last night on stream, we were doing something quite a bit different. This was for the 4th of July. These are from Warlord. So a little bit of airborne right there. So these four guys, I believe that was about a 3-hour, 45-minute stream. And these guys were just primer. I can even show you what they were looking like. There you go. That's what they looked like. And then about 3 hours, 45 minutes later, yeah, we have our flags on there, our airborne emblems, all that good stuff. And of course, we've been working on yet another Arnor army. So this is our second of 3. This one is the Kingdom of Cardolan. We already did Arthedain. Here's another guy here with his spear. I think we've done about 20 of these already. We've been doing about five at a time on stream. So with Spark Minis, if you wanted to share your capital palette entree, your entree there, please go ahead and do that. And everybody, please give Spark Minis a follow. I think you were doing some video game stuff today, Spark. Although that might have been after some painting as well. Everybody again, please give Spark Minis a follow. Let's do that. And so this teal color that we've used here, we've done it in a couple of other armies. We certainly used it here on this Bretonian Enchantress. That's that same teal color there. Oh, and some of the same basing bits here, some of the same roses that you saw. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link. There's a reel there. Everybody, go check out that reel by Spark Minis. And of course, everybody, please give Spark Minis a follow. So let's see, I think they changed the weekend that Nova Open was. It's actually coming up pretty soon, right, Spark Minis? Not Nova Open. Oh, it is Nova Open, yeah. I think that's coming up much sooner than I actually think. Let me get a little bit of this. Yeah, I'm gonna get me some of this fast matte white into the birch tree here. A 3D printed birch tree at that. Yeah, let's get that. Not everywhere. I got birch bark is really fun to paint on if you're looking for a 2D art surface. You have to do a little bit of preparation, I'll say that. You have to kind of roll it out. You have to sort of flatten it, almost stretch it like watercolor paper. And you want to preserve some of this texture, but not too much. You want to have something at least smooth enough to paint on. Okay, so you have a little bit of time left. So maybe it is very close to Labor Day weekend then. Because I mean, we're a whole first week into July here. Yeah, you get you get in August, so it is in September, I think. Then. Now, Spark Minis, do you have a stream scheduled up for tomorrow as well? And well, happy Saturday. It's Saturday here now too. So Spark Minis, yeah, it was the usual 4th of July here, where you have basically everybody putting on their own fireworks show, and I don't mean like a couple of sparklers and some bottle rockets. I'm talking about intercontinental ballistic missiles. Right, Night Whisper, you saw, I think you saw some of the video of that, right? Everybody please give a Night Whisper a follow. Of course, Night Whisper, if you don't mind sharing some links to all your fabulous oil painted miniatures, which is what we're using here. Straight up oil paint right up here. Let me show you the big three, as we like to call them here. That would be Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, also Williamsburg. Now these two guys here are essentially the same when it comes to quality and price. They're really good. I really like them. This will cost you more, but there is a significant quality boost with the Williamsburg. Now, this is brand number 4 that we've kind of started to, it's some certain select colors have kind of popped their way in here. This is one we tried recently. I actually had some interesting results. Some of these lighter colors like this one, we're actually using that today. And of course, where's our fabulous, oh, here you go. Speaking of Williamsburg, there you go, the cobalt teal bluish, or as we call it, teal-cata. So yeah, there was some serious fireworkage going on. Let me see if I can find at least one of our videos here. Let's see. Let's go to this. No. Ah, here we are. I think now we're there. I think, is this the one? This might just be the one here. Yeah, there you go. And that's every other house. That's not just one house doing that. That is every other house doing that. As you can see, that's that is rather impressive right there. So yeah, instead of just one house doing that, the house 2 doors from that was doing the same thing. The house right behind me was doing the same thing. 2 doors away from them doing the same thing. I think it goes without saying that all the pets in the area here, that is not a great night for them. Also, considering that we're only 9 blocks away from Midway Airport, that's and a lot of these fireworks are going higher than the planes. So everybody please check out that link that that Night Whisper just posted. And everybody also please, in addition to giving Spark Minis a follow, please give Night Whisper a follow. And that's by Moonlight Minis. So that figure, that Tinkerbell there, that Felicia Day figure, that was done by Moonlight Minis. So check out moonlightminis.com. Christine does all kinds of fantastic scopes. Ooh, trying to get a little bit more on my latest. Oh yeah, here on his chainmail there. I'm gonna have to get, I think, some of my fast mat white out here as well. Let me see what we can do up here on this thing. I knew we were gonna have to go back into this with some of our light here, also to clean up some edges on our filigree. Yeah, Night Whisper, I think, were we talking that in some ways it's a bit like the Werner clock figures? And of course, in addition to all the Reaper figs, Werner Clock has his freebooter line. So it just kind of reminds me of that, right? And we've painted a few of the Moonlight Minis here on stream. I will try to get some more going. I do have about 8 or 9 of them printed out. Just have not had a chance to get those on bases yet. I think I printed out at least a half a dozen of them as 72 mil. And of course, if you don't have a 3D printer, they can print the miniatures for you. That would be on their Etsy page, right, Night Whisper? So and that's moonlightminis.com. Check it out. Yeah, Night Whisper, it's that same kind of wider face and the much bigger eyes, like here, right? There's practically nothing to the eyes. Whereas with Moonlight Minis, you can really get some nice expression in them, right? Night Whisper. It's also on My Mini Factory. So again, that is Moonlight Minis. I need to get this a little later here too. This banner stuff wrapping around that pole. Come on, there we go. So an interesting little combination again of a 20 some odd year old miniature and then a brand new 3D printed basing bit. Like these fabulous Make It Epic birch trees. These trees were also from Make It Epic basing, also the roses. Now these I think those might be from Zabevka. I'm not sure, but these are really nifty. These these ruined columns here. Holy smokes! I need to print those on the Bamboo X1 and make them bigger. That's what I need to start doing with those. Yeah, kind of like what we did with the birch trees. Trying to lighten up a few aspects of this here. We'll have to, well then we'll come back with our darkest dark where we can. I think I did see. I think when we started here, right? He was still playing. He was still playing WoW. I think he's kind of doing. Is he streaming a couple of times a day, Night Whisper, or is it kind of? I know he used to stream at was at 5 or 6 in the morning. I don't know if he's still doing that. Okay, here we are. A little bit more of that light right there. Also here too. Now Spark Minis, I guess do you have any other projects to do for Capital Palette, or is that your one entry that you're doing there? Yeah, Night Wolf, I think the stream didn't even start here till after midnight last night. Either that or it was just a few minutes before. Eventually I'm going to have to get some more of the lighter stuff on the hands there. But let me just get a little something here on the banner pole. I mean, thank goodness at least this figure is a one-piece figure. Now the 3D printed ones that I've been showing, those are from Dandelion and Middle-earth. And Dandelion and Middle-earth does all kinds of incredible Lord of the Rings sculpts. Doing a lot of different factions. And of course, they're done with the weapon options in mind, so it's not just, oh, okay, it's just some dwarves or some elves or whatever. They actually are printed out with the, okay, yeah, these are some of the weapon options you can have for this unit or whatever. Hey, Unplugged Painter, how you doing? Great to see you again. It's a continuation of our Galadriel elves. I do believe once these three guys are done tonight, It'll get me up to 30 miniatures for a Galadriel army. Minus the Sentinels that I still, I know I've printed out stuff that definitely is supposed to be Sentinels. Gotta find those guys, get those painted up. I mean, not that there would be a ton of them in the army, but still gotta do them. And remember, they're going to get the snow and the icicles, just like we have on this 3D printed version of Haldir. Do I have some? Let me grab one of these here. Let me try this one. See how this does with our indigo on it. We're going to try and get our darker freehand stuff working here. Where's my example? There he is. So 4 years now, for a long, long time, we're using the Crushed Glass Snow by Armored Wolf Productions. You take that, you take the same heavy gloss gel that we use for so many different things. You mix those two together, and depending on what kind of a mixture you create, you can have the fresh fallen snow, you can have melted snow. You can have really big old piles of snow. And the nice thing is when you do the blood effects on it, instead of just looking like red paint sitting on white paint, it's almost like it kind of turns into a slushy. It's like a snow cone that actually soaks in there like it should. And that same stuff works very well also too for things like this. Again, there's our icicles. You have the snow kind of shoved into the tracks there. And that's the same snow that we used here. And again, that is heavy gloss gel and the crushed glass snow from Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf is not here right now. He's doing one of his Ren Fair shows. But he'll eventually get some more of that made when he's not doing the shows. And it's a small container, and you think, well, gosh, I'm not going to get much done with that. It's shocking just how many figures you can actually get done with that. If you check out my Instagram and you see that big old piece of terrain, well, that also had the crushed glass snow on it. Let me see if I can even try and find that here. Let's see, it's not too far. Ah, there it is, yeah. So there's the crushed glass snow on there. And that's a big old piece of terrain. That's a bolt action sized Panzer III sitting there in this terrain. And again, that is the crushed glass snow. I know we did a video on that. I think it was in April, right before Little Wars. So there's also a tutorial on that on the Patreon page. And you can see this starts to get a little bit more solidified now that we're getting in here with the darker stuff. And then we can make more adjustments to this by going back into the teal. Just like this. So yeah, that crushed glass snow, what's great is that it works with the heavy gloss gel, which we refer to as Elementium, because we pretty much use it for everything. We use it for fire, we use it for even sculpting the thatched roofs on buildings. All of our Rohan buildings were done that way. And we actually put all those together on stream. We built them all on the stream, so you can go watch those. And all of the streams they're all saved as highlights. It's sort of like a YouTube channel, no commercials. Sorry about that, unplugged painter. Actually, I wonder how the bulldogs are doing. I know that they had it's a big game for them tonight. It's getting towards the end of the season, and they're literally sitting. Oh well. So yeah, they're down by 53 in the fourth quarter. So I don't think they're going to be coming back from that. I mean, it was a long shot for them to make the playoffs, anyways. Let me just get my darker again. That starts to bring out that freehand. We haven't even done our lightest stuff yet. So yes, we got our lightest stuff yet to come. Now, unplugged painter, you can still get the heavy gloss gel because Liquitex makes that, Golden makes that. So no reason you can't get the heavy gloss gel. That's fantastic stuff. We use it for tons of different things. All of the done lendings that we did with all of the fire and everything, that was all basically sculpted in a few seconds using the heavy gloss gel. So let's see, where are we at here? So 2 hours and 51 minutes ago, these 3 miniatures had no paint on them whatsoever. No paint at all. They were just primer. That's the power of the oil paints. Because so much of the, I guess, the blending or whatever that you'd have to do ordinarily, you just do not have to do that. So yeah, it's definitely got to be the heavy gloss gel. It can't just be. And we have, this is the golden version. Yeah. So there you go. Again, water effects, icicles. Even the thatched roofs here. Let me see if we can find some of our Rohan terrain. So there again, those roofs get made with the heavy gloss gel. It's not quite so easy to see it there, so we'll show you this one. And there you go. There's the heavy gloss gel. When it's painted, boom, look at that. We did all those buildings on stream. Actually, today I just I hit them with those spray cans, and that Liquitex spray paint is foam safe. It doesn't actually say it on the cans. I had an impression that it was going to be. I gave it a shot on just a scrap piece, and sure enough, it was all fine and dandy. Little drop of thinner over here. You're going to start breaking down the fast mat weight a little bit. And I'm going to try and get some of the lighter freehand stuff going here. Again, I have to break this down. It is nowhere near a pin line wash.
So say we all. So say we all.
Hey, Doji. Oh, well, how appropriate, Doji. Look at what we're using. Yes, indeed. It's that color again. Thank you so much, Doji. Appreciate that. Hope that you're doing very well. Actually, Doji, has the bakery run already been achieved, or is that yet to come? It's awful early in the morning, but sometimes those bakery runs happen pretty darn early. So happy Saturday to you there, Doji. And Doji, the experiment was conducted on the foam with those spray cans, and it is completely foam safe. So yes, much joy in Wampoville for sure over that. Oh, and even a delicious breakfast too. So Doji, if you wanted to post some of your fabulous oil painted miniatures in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So again, Doji, great to see you. Get a little bit more of the light up in here. Some of it down there. And then we can again take our Teokata, as we like to call it, and well, clean up the freehand even a little bit more if need be. Just doing again the lightest up, and of course it's where the freehand is. See on the top of a fold there. When it gets down into a recess, we don't really do any of that lighter stuff there. So Doji, this again, it's acrylic stuff. I was right on top of it, as in an inch away. So yeah, it worked out just fine. We, I think, oh, I thought I sent you some pictures of it, but let me see. That might be in here. Nope, not that. We don't want that. Let me see if we can get to. Nope, not these. Ah, here we are. Yeah, so this is just a small little sample. These are all the buildings that we made, and there's several layers of the stuff on there. So yeah, these since these are artist paints, they're meant to use on canvas and such. That's why I thought I don't think these are going to have the same kind of harsh chemicals that, say, a regular spray paint might have. Now that might also mean that might be why these have a tendency to kind of spatter a wee bit. So Doji, these are the same cans that I used in the previous video that I put. Well, I put it up maybe about a week ago or so, where I was using them on the printed terrain. So same cans, already in a video. I will be doing a video now that some of these buildings actually have some paint on them. I can actually start doing the rest of the painting. Yeah, Doji, I already have to start getting some more. I've already basically gone through a decent portion of 3 cans already. I'm going to get me some more of this indigo here on this sword handle. G Doji, I can't imagine why you wanted to see the latest army painting episode. It's not like we were using cobalt teal bluish, right? Yes, indeed. It was really amazing on these crystals, Doji. Even especially where there was a teensy bit of the Indian yellow mixed in there. Yeah, it was really, of all it was really nifty on the crystals and on the helmets too. More, and let me get a little bit of the more of the thinner and the fast matte white going here. Yes, we can make this lighter. I thought so. So Doji, that was a really wild series. There was so many things, so many different aspects to deal with there. The Lizard Man series also going to be very elaborate and such, but there I'm going to take at least 1 or 2 extra episodes. So yeah, that Lizard Man series, that'll be the first series that goes beyond 5 episodes. Because again, I want to do water effects and all other kinds of things. Let me see if I can't pop a little bit more of our light right on there. Yeah, on that sword. Can't make this too light because there's going to be the snow on there. Also the icicles. Did I ever get... No, I don't think I ever got the edge on the back part. I think I did the edge on the front of the blade there already. So these will be all different colors. It's not going to be the typical GW teal color. Yeah, that's... I did do one unit of my skinks and the traditional teal color. But we're going to be going all different colors on our lizard men. Let's see, sort of like the Blood Bowl team. I don't know if you remember seeing that series there, Doji. The Lizard Man Blood Bowl team, where pretty much each lizard was a different color. I'm going to have to come back with the, yeah, I'll have to just come back with the darker stuff again. Yeah, unfortunately, I've seen about 10,000 teal lizard men. Actually, more like 20,000. So that is, if you're wondering why you don't see too many of those from me, I've seen too many of those around. Now, I promise not to use, whatchamacallit, Cobalt Violet, Doji. Actually, Doji, do you already have Cobalt Violet? I don't think so. How you doing there, Surface Tension? Happy Saturday to you. Surface Tension. Actually, if you wanted to post your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead, do that. What are we doing here? I want to take this, push this down here. Let me get some more of my lighter stuff going in here. Also there. And I do remember that we did this too. A little bit of freehand on some of the other ones. Everybody please check out that link there that Surface Tension just posted. Arda Michael, if you wanted to post anything that you're working on, well, I know you got your whatchamacallits there, your Tyranids. It's awful late for you there, Arda Michael. Hopefully everything is going okay. That's fantastic. That's good surface tension. So yeah, Doji, my lizard men now, of course, this was back in 7th edition. And each of my skink and Croxagore units were a different color because they could kind of do different things. There would be a skink chief or a priest in there or something like that that gave them a little different twist. And just like you were saying there, I kind of color coded them just a bit, so that I could tell, okay, this unit can do this, this unit has this little special ability. So we do have actual Cobalt Blue and we do have actual Cobalt Violet. And those are, they're Winsor Newton colors. And let me see, can I actually dig that out here? Oh, there we go. Look at that. What is it? A Series 4? It's only a Series 4. So same as cadmium colors, but there's cobalt blue. And somewhere in there is also a cobalt violet. Ooh, I think this is it. Oh, look at that. That's a Series 5. So there's your cobalt violet. So, Arda Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know usually things are in some state of destruction or something like that. Hopefully, everything starts to stabilize as far as the job situation goes. So surface tension has the Winton version of the cobalt violet. So does it say cobalt violet hue surface tension? That would be my guess if it's a Winton color. Just trying to make that a little smidge to the light there. Okay. Back to you. Got to get back to the banner up here and start doing some stuffs on that. Let me see. 3 hours and 5 minutes ago, all three of these figures were, they were blank canvas miniatures. And that all they had on them was primer. Trying to find a little bit of my light right over here too. And then, yeah, we're going to come back with some of our dark here on this part of the banner. That'll be the indigo that we've been using. Let me see. So, it's finally going to get to painting again. Is that a Instagram? Yeah, check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael just posted. So yeah, Landrest, as soon as that paint starts hitting the miniature, all of its potential is lost, right? Because it can't just be anything anymore. As soon as you start putting paint on there, now it's stuck in that form, never to be free again, right? Let me try and get a little bit more of my lighter stuff up there. Also over here. Why not this side? So actually, Landers, any special hobby/gaming plans for the weekend? Indigo again. And some of the phthalo green mixed in. Down there. Since that's kind of in the recesses there, that's really difficult to get at. Yeah, we're gonna see what we can do with this stuff up here too. That's the problem with the sculpted on freehand stuff. Now, Landress, glad you're getting a chance to do a little bit of hobby stuff there. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Don't mind having a wee spot of medicine right here. Thank you so much. Now, pretty soon we will be getting to these guys again. These are from Printing Goes Ever On here. I've got a whole bunch of these and a whole bunch of the Mahood Riders printed up, like a dozen of those or whatever. So it's going to be fun getting to some of the camels. And they look very different from the Kurzlook ones, that's for sure. Let me look at, do I have one of my birch trees here? Yeah, maybe we'll try to get a little bit of the asphaltum glazy stuff into here, maybe. And of course, Night Whisper, if you wanted to share your oil painting links again, so people can see what's possible with the oils and the miniatures, that'd be sensational. More light over here? Yeah, something like that. And here we go. Oh, and by the way, it was a couple of different types of foam, because if you remember, there was the really, really thin underlayment style foam, and then the much thicker traditional insulation foam. And it seemed to be fine on both of those. Again, since it's essentially just a regular acrylic paint in a spray can form, it didn't really surprise me. It's just we didn't know 100% for sure until, oh, I'm going to say it was probably about 6 o'clock by the time I finally got a chance to spray those things. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that that Surface Tension posted. That was the Mastodon link. Check out the Instagram link that Night Whisper just posted. Again, a little programming note. We will not be doing the Saturday stream. I won't be here. I will see if I can do a substitute Saturday stream on Sunday. That should be interesting given the complete lack of sleep we will have moving forward. Sector X, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Sector X a follow. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, probably not what you were just working on, since, well, you just finished your stream. You'd have to skedaddle off to that photo booth. But great to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. We are painting some more of our Galadriel elves here. Where's, here we go. There's Haldir. Where's our third guy? 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 44 seconds ago, these had no paint on them. Absolutely none. Also, no freehand, none of that. So great to see you again there, Sector X. Appreciate that. So, yeah, these are all part of our Galadriel elves. Last night, for our 4th of July celebration, we were working on these lads right here. So a little bit of airborne as we also welcome in Hobby with Tim. How you doing there, Tim? Same thing, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So this is what we were working on last night for our 4th of July stream. A little bit of airborne right there. So that's from Warlord Games, some bolt action type stuff. And tonight, this is what we're doing here. I know you'll be totally shocked that 3 hours and 12 minutes ago, these were just primer. Yeah, there was no paint on these guys whatsoever. So everybody please welcome in Hobby Time with Tim as well. What's fun is that this is the 20 some odd year old GW figure. This is a 3D print that we did. So again, this has all the snow effects and the icicles and everything. Now let's see if we can get ourselves a little bit of our lighter stuff under his eye right there. So Sector X, glad to see you here. And of course, again, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We are going to see if we can get a little bit lighter on some of the fingers here. So yes, just oh, and those airborne that you saw, I believe 3 hours 45 minutes on those. Yeah, Sector, please go ahead and do that so that people can again get a little sense of what you're doing there on the stream and such. This tree cannot get too light because, again, we're going to have the snow on there, the icicles. So let's not get too light on that. I know we need to do something on the arrows there, which are kind of weird and bent because, again, this is an ancient metal figure. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Sectrix just posted, and of course, please give him a follow if you could. So appreciate you being here. So yeah, Tim, I was just showing the figures that we painted on stream last night. That was some airborne stuff. It was really fun to paint those. We've done some vehicles on stream and such, but and of course, well, we've gotten some more of the Warlord vehicles painted up too. Again, everybody, please give Hobby Time with Tim a follow. And of course, Tim, I hope that everything's been going great. Hopefully, you had a fantastic 4th of July there. I'm going to try and lighten up that other cheek a little bit. And there we go. So, instead of having to paint the eyebrow and the eyelid, we just say the heck with that. We paint a whole big dark area there, and we just kind of pull out a little tiny piece of it. Painting essentially a little flesh tone color in between the two. So Hobby Time with Tim, what were you working on? It had been a little while. I hadn't had a chance to see what people were doing on their streams. I try to kind of take a quick little sneak peek at what people are working on before I start streaming. I'm sure that you had a blast. So yeah, Hobby Time with Tim. Now was the tornado that wasn't spawned by the previous hurricane, was it? Because there was another one that went through there, right? Hey, that guy, how you doing? Welcome back. I hope that you're doing well. Let me get a little bit of this. Here we go. So this is the Galadriel elves, right? These are the, well, somewhat more sinister elves because Galadriel has chosen to accept the One Ring, which means that Lothlorien gets a little bit frosty. And these are we did, 6 of these guys, the Galadriel Riders. Again, you can see the heavy gloss gel, the crushed glass snow on all of the bases. I think we've done about 30-ish of these now. Yeah, once these 3 guys are done, this will be about 30 of them. Well, that's cool there. Hobby Time with Tim. And if you want to share anything in the chat, and actually, I guess, are you gearing up for ReaperCon now? Because it's not that far away. Let me see if I can make this even a little bit. Yes, I can. Make that even a touch lighter. Again, too much on the base might just be too much because the lighter that gets, the dingier our snow is going to look. So sorry about that there, Hobby Time with Tim. My guess is it was probably super toasty. And then the cold front kind of blows on through. Touch more on the base here. Again, not too much. Just we need a little bit on some of these rocks. Well, Hobby Time with Tim. I'm hoping that even if it's just kind of a truncated appearance, you can still have some fun there. I just was talking with folks there. I have not been there since 2019. Same thing with Gen Con, same thing with a lot of places. Now, let's just save this brush here. Let me get maybe this brush here, and let me see if we can scare up some of the asphaltum. Maybe not the Van Dyke brown. Let me just see what we can do with the asphaltum here on this tree. Yeah, a little bit of glazy stuff here. Yeah, that guy, I can show you a bunch of 40K stuff that we did. Well, actually, I just finished this. This was my army painting tutorial series on the Patreon page. Just finished that. It's 5 episodes. Starts with the basing, like with the sharp crystals and such, and then a color test figure, and then about 3 more episodes to finish out everything. So here's some of our fabulous Marines that we painted up on stream. We did all 5 of these guys on stream. We also have some vehicles to go along with that here. Well, like this one, and the same theme. There you go. This was a tutorial series on the Patreon page right there. And we also did during October, we did a whole bunch of these guys. There you go. So yeah, we did a whole bunch of these during our October. So what is that little bad moon orcs there? Oh, thanks. Appreciate that, Night Whisper. That was a challenging series. Like I said earlier, that final episode was all about time management, and I think yeah. Well, spoiler alert, that last segment, I say, well, I got 15 minutes to work with here, and we got to do this, 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 and this. Can we get all that stuff done? So yeah, Habitat with Tim. Hopefully we can do that again. Everything, the rest of this year kind of has to be sacrificed to try and get things as much back on track as possible. Ah, there we are. That's what we need to get. A little bit of the asphaltum down here. So everybody please take a quick little peek there at the link to Hobby Time with Tim just shared. Also, please give Hobby Time with Tim a follow. Yeah, Night Whisper, there was a... And of course, we're trying to take the old... I mean, some of those old metal ones, those might go back to the 1990s. Those really old metal guys, I swear. Maybe not, maybe early 2000s, but it sure seemed like they were going back to the 90s. Because again, like the one you saw on screen, that was one of the 3D printed ones. But in this series, we're actually working also too on some really, really old metal howling banshees. You know what? Maybe just darkening that is a better plan. There we go. So yeah, Hobby Time with Tim. Sorry that all that stuff has kind of created quite the fracas in the neighborhood there. Like you say, those are some close proximities for sure. Did I? Fine. We'll get a little bit of that lighter stuff on that. Yeah, Night Whisper. It was going back and forth between the old metal ones with the giant, big old life stones on them, and then the much more svelte printed ones. That was kind of wild. Blending brush time. Yeah, let me use this. So again, we're just using our regular oil paint here. Oil paint's right out of the tube. We're not doing any like acrylic stuff and oil washes. We're just painting straight with the oils here. 3 hours and 23 minutes ago, these three guys had no paint on them. They should be dry in a couple of days, max. Now that would be on the high side for them. So if you do this and you do not pile the paint on the miniature, it will not take days and days and weeks to dry. Where is, yeah, this guy. No, I think we already did the asphaltum glazes on the, yeah, here, let me get some of this over here. That's going to, again, separate that and try and make it a little bit better for snow and ice. Some of the indigo, some of the Van Dyke brown. I'm just going to try and get a couple of really dark things on the base here. Again, that's just to help make that snow show up that much more. We will have to come back and do a little bit of lighter something on the base here in a few places. Yeah, that boot is just going to get all covered with the snow. So no Grand Oracle, only this one. The other two, as we said, those are the really old original sculpts. So that's why we've been comparing the Halder sculpts here. So this is the previously painted one from Dandelion. This is the one we've been painting tonight. And of course, this is the other all metal one piece. But yeah, lots of crazy stuff going on up here since it's an old metal figure. This is the only one that's from Dandelion right there. So all of the branches are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing, the birch trees, these branches right here. And I do believe this is from the same set as the ones that we were using on our bolt action figures. So I think that's the same set. I forget what the heck he calls it. I think this also is another one from the same set. No problem there, Grand Oracle. No problems. Actually, Grand Oracle, there's, well, it seems like every time I ask, it's like I jinx it or something like that, but hopefully there's not too much Boy Scout stuff to do this weekend, so you might be able to get to do a little bit of Grand Oracle stuff. We need to get a little bit of light on the bow down here towards the bottom. Surface tension, actually, hey, Grand Oracle, have you noticed anything new in the Make It Epic stuff? I have not actually looked there in, gee whiz, weeks. And usually he's adding new stuff, would you say at least every other week, Grand Oracle? So yeah, the Make It Epic basing stuff is really fantastic. Zabevka is another one. Also Goon Master Games. That is another one that we use here all the time. Jeez, Grand Org, I couldn't tell you the last time I actually looked. I feel bad that I haven't even looked at the Make It Epic site in weeks. We might have one or two of their collections, though. As in one or two of everything. So yeah, surface tension, there's plenty of good sci-fi / modern stuff. Actually, Grand Oracle, the one thing that I do have to start looking for is, I don't know, maybe something that would represent bocage, but also I need to find, well, kind of like your beach hazards, like all the Normandy style beach hazards. get the here. Yeah, that's gonna be light enough, I think, to hit even some of the fingers there. We might need to do a little teensy bit of dark again on some of Haldir there. So good night there, Night Whisperer. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you so much. We're going to lighten you up a bit more here. So yeah, now the thing about those Goon Master games is that you're going to want to, if you're doing anything in 28mm scale, you're going to want to print those smaller. 10 to 15% smaller. Found that out the hard way. Thank you so much, Night Whisperer. Appreciate that, as always. I'm going to get some of our light back here, too, on the quiver. Leave the rest probably more like that dark. See if we can't find. Ooh, yeah, on the. We have Zippo reflected light over here. Feel better having at least a little bit. Hey there, Arid. So, Arid, do you have yourself a Saturday 7 p.m. Pacific stream scheduled for tonight? Also, too, if you want to share your Pinterest link, please go ahead and do that. Grand Oracle, that would be kind of nifty, especially since now I'm starting to do that the Inca and Maya buildings. It would be handy to have some limestone around. Oh, that could be good for the lizard too. I mean, I have all kinds of jungle bits that I've literally been printing out jungle bits for the lizard men for months now. All right, well, you have yourself a good night there, Hobby Night with Tim, or Hobby with Tim. Sorry. Again, I hope that everything is a little bit easier for you with all the cleanup and everything else going on there. Grand Oracle, I definitely have to snag those. I'll just have to remember to head on over to Make It Epic Basing and get the water lily pads. Because there's a bunch of different things. Now, of course, he had the water lilies already. I don't know if the water lily pads... Because he did have, I think, water lilies already. So see you later there, Tim. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Try and give me a little bit more of the light on his cheek there. A little more light down there. Okay. And we've got a decent amount of the 5 o'clock shadow on him too. Let me see what we can clean up here. So there's a little bit of wonkiness going on there with some mold lines and such. Again, the very old, very, very, very old metal miniature from GW. At least 20 years old. Potentially as much as, I want to say, 22 or 23 years old. I've sort of been waiting for some of those asphaltum glazes that we did on these birch trees. Again, also 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. This right here is a bulletin board cork plus my homemade let's see, was it tile grout and wood glue? My own texture paste. Actually, Grand Oracle, I am fine now that I've been using the texture paste a lot. It's ironic because I'm going to be testing some Green Stuff World texture paste soon. That I really like. My stuff dries 1,000 times faster. At least it feels like it. It dries faster and it just seems to be so much stronger. Again, because there's wood glue in there and also the tile grout. It is a little bit hard, Grand Oracle, to sometimes it's not always like this is new and with a like a this is new as of March whatever. I don't think he really does that, does he? Yeah, I'm not gonna really bother with any any freehand stuff on there because you just can't see it. Remember, there's also going to be all those snow effects, so there's just so many things that it's going to be drawing the viewer's eye. We don't want to necessarily step on the lead, as they say. I'm going to get me, I think, a little bit of our here indigo, some dark under here. Yeah, we have plenty of, well, mid-tone. We need to make that darker now. Also under here. Oh, we did those sections already. So surface tension using printing resin for texture paste. So let me see. Yeah, I just the nice thing is that, well, like you're mixing up kind of what you need, right? Surface tension instead of, well, okay, here we just spent 16 between 13 and 17 hours on this thing of texture paste. We better use this thing up before it starts to kind of dry out because boy, those will do that. I need to get me a little bit more of my light here on this birch tree. Couple places, especially up towards the top where maybe more light would catch it too. We'll just use this. We'll just roll with what we've got going on over here. I mean, not absolutely everywhere here, but just a few places here. Like up there. Also over here. Yeah, I can imagine the gap filling potential of that surface tension. So surface tension, I believe I might have sent you some pictures of me testing out the spray cans on the foam terrain that we made on stream here. And that was extremely successful. Which meant all that Rohan terrain that probably spent 2 years not being painted, while it's not painted to any kind of detail whatsoever, it's certainly more presentable than pink foam. That is much better than just the pink of the foam. You know what? We need to get ourselves a smidge of reflected light or color down here. We'll leave the dark there. Okay, we're getting there. I think we need one more. Might just do it. Let's blend this together as we welcome in Elusive Goose. How you doing, Elusive Goose? Great to see you. I hope that everything goes well on this Saturday morning for you here. Now catch a little bit of the light on the knuckles there. yeah, Grand Oracle. It's definitely fun to have kind of the crackle paste going, and also the my homemade texture paste at kind of the same time. So yeah, surface tension. Let's see, the watchtower, the that's it. Oh, there was the stables, the as we called it, the not so great Hall of Erkenbrand, the blacksmith shop, and the archery range. That's the one I couldn't remember. The archery range. And the archery range, that's going to have actually a little bit more color in it. Oh, and they're all going to get the those little tea lights in them too. Because you notice I haven't been printing out hardly any Rohan except for that giant Great Hall of Medjugorje, and now I'm glad I did that because the Erkenbrand building, while it's much bigger than a typical Rohan house, it is definitely not Medjugorje size. So that thing is probably going to be like that Hobbit hotel, that big old tavern that's 2 stories high and probably 2 feet plus long. Let me see if I can throw a little more of my light over here. Some of it. You know what? Let's get rid of the deepest shadows there. Also, this thing. Not sure what that's doing there. I just took my blending brush to it. That's it. Yeah, surface tension, the battle system stuff it is really nifty stuff. Especially, you can't beat it for portability, right? Surface tension. I am still actually tempted to get some of the battle system stuff for times where it's okay. This we got to go on the road, and all of the terrain has to fit in a baggie or something like that. That's where the battle system stuff. I don't know. It compresses pretty good, doesn't it? Now you do have to kind of put it all back together again once you do that, but it's pretty durable, right? So yeah, Grand Oracle. This goes back probably to some of the very first Galadriel figures they ever did, I would imagine. Yeah, surface tension. I think because of the model train influence when I was obviously really young, the terrain stuff definitely, no pun intended, or was there, that kind of had a bit of an impact. Trying to get some more of that lighter color in here now. That's right, surface tension you can buy. Did they call them just like an upgrade pack or something like that, where you can winterize? So if you got the town whatever, you there's snow roofs and all that other kind of stuff that you can put on your buildings, and now they're suddenly winterized. I don't know. Let me see something here. I'm gonna try this. Whoops. Well, I'm gonna backtrack some phthalo green here. Let's see if we can maybe darken this down a little, or at least get some kind of variation to it. A little bit of variation there, and then we'll come back with the darker dark, of course. I'm trying to make that more of a square there. That's kind of some parts that have disappeared. blend that just a bit. Now let me try the maybe the lighter teal again. Here, let me break this down. That was getting kind of. There we go. Now let me try that darker blue again. Yeah, surface tension. Earlier I was showing the Insta post there, the one with that big old piece of Stalingrad terrain with all the crushed glass snow on it. That is something I think I'm gonna have to make a little one of our. Okay, make an army showcase video on that too. So see you later there, Sector X. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Sector X a follow. Actually, if you want to tell folks when you're maybe going to be streaming again, I know sometimes schedules can get a little wonky, like they're going to be here for potentially the next week or so, where stream days might happen on, well, different days. And again, 3 hours, 45 minutes ago, these three guys had no paint on them whatsoever. That's how we roll here. Don't blink, it happens fast. And we'll get, yeah, a little bit more of our light over here, some of it over there. So yeah, that asphaltum glazing, that was super helpful. Okay, yeah, don't want to do too much up there. Again, that snow and such not going to work not going to work so well because that snow, if you can, like here, one of the reasons why that snow seems so bright is because everything around it has a bit of a darker shade. The lighter you make all that stuff, again, your snow will look a bit dingier. So it looks like Saturday and Wednesdays are pretty common days for streams there. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean. This week things will be, well, actually probably the next couple of weeks stream days might be somewhat different. Yeah, we need to get a little bit more light on the end of that. Shoes slash boots here. A little something there. Now this guy, we've done some of the darker stuff there. Let me see. Yeah, we can come back with this. And it's got some of the asphaltum on it. Now we're starting to see some of that texture emerge on that. Back to this again. On this side now. And then some of the lighter things on the base. Oh, his boots never really got that lighter treatment either. Nah, maybe not on the boots. You know what? I just wandered back over to the Richardson ice blue. So as rocky as all that seems, no. It's gotta be more like that. Now here you can see there's a little bit more of the gloss gel in there, so that's more translucent. Let me get this out of the way. I'm going to try and go back to something really, really, really light here. See if I can a little something more on the freehand, maybe. Yes, because we never did these. These four little things got to go in here because those are also on the band on the shield. Yeah. Now another thing I believe I need to do is do a little something more on his hand and on well both hands and on that sword handle. Also maybe a little reflected light down there. And let me see. I'm just gonna try it first. When in doubt, make things darker, right? So I'm gonna take some of that Van Dyke Brown slash Mars Black. So breaking this down here. Shield. Back in here. Alright, we'll see you later. There's surface tension. Have yourself a great walk with the hound. As always, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Whoops. Okay, that was not supposed to go over there. There was a little too much thinner on there. Also, there was a big chunk of something sitting on the end of that brush. Okay, now I think we can maybe get back into this with our lighter skin color-ish, maybe. First little blending brush there, smooth that out. A little bit of our scarlet there. That's a Napthol Scarlet. That's from Gamlin. It's one of those fast mac colors. Eh, we're trying to do the thick over the there we go. I was gonna say that the paint there is pretty darn thin. This should be sticking. There's some more of the lighter stuff on these straps here that we never really did. Catch a bit more light on that branch. Okay, yep, gotta do more on these fans. Now here I'm actually going to thin that down just a smidge. Come on. Almost there we go. There's some fingers for us. Where's that? No. Let me just here, let me try the violet here. Nah. Let me go this way here, and now we'll try to lighten that up a little. Remember the interesting violet color that the, gosh, what do we mix in there? Oh, our fabulous turquoise. We mixed that with the basically Terra Rosa skin color, and it made a very interesting kind of almost like a violet gray. That, yep, we need to cut that down. Let me see if we can throw a little bit of shading of some kind in there. And now here it's almost gonna be like some reflected light, even on the leather here. I think that's what we need to do. A couple of things here. Let me, before we forget, teal. Looks like we already got a decent amount of that over there. Now let's take this super dark, the indigo, Van Dyke brown. That was, yeah, somehow that edge got all really soft and wonky. I guess I'm gonna have to get the light back in on this too. Come on, let me get some of that teal on the brush, which can go here again, which is reflecting that onto the sword. We got our blending brush there to mow that down a little. I don't know. I'm gonna try a little bit of the reflected green out here, maybe also down there. Remember, we were talking about cleaning up a little bit of the freehand also with our cobalt teal here. That's one section of it right over there. This too. Where's my... Okay, I don't have to go too much later. Alright. Yep, here, let me see it. Now that becomes just a little teensy bit sharper. Ooh, well, we are almost 4 hours in. Brushstroke maintenance. Taking a brush that has no paint on it. We do this little tap, tap, tap. What that does is it gets rid of some of the extra excess paint on the figure. And it makes everything look smoother. It looks like you're blending colors. You're really not. All you're doing there is actually just kind of getting rid of a little bit of extra paint, and now you don't have that difference in height, so you don't see the brush strokes anymore. I'm getting me a little bit more of the teal in there. I do have this. That's pretty light. Ooh, gee whiz, let's thin that down a little more, maybe. Because there's actually some kind of like a filigree on there. It's very tough to have that translate. So on that sword hand, also here on his helmet, we're trying to catch some light also here on that sword edge right in there. Touch more on the fingers there. One more time with the indigo and phthalo green on the shield, just trying to nail down this inner part of the design is always a bit of a crazy thing to deal with here. And again, these are 3D printed. Yeah, see that ended up a little bit bigger than I wanted it to be, but sometimes at a certain point, well, perfection is the enemy of completion. In fact, it's the mortal arch enemy of completion. There are times where you just kind of have to learn to say good enough, close enough. Because in reality, unless you tell people like, well, yeah, I really want it to look like this or that or the other, they won't know. So maybe if you only get 75% or 70% of what you really wanted from the get-go, since people probably don't know exactly what you want to do anyway, they'll just think it's looking really, really good. and they're not going to be worried about that portion that you wanted to get, that you just maybe it wasn't just quite the right miniature, maybe there wasn't quite the technique at the time. It might be a technique or a material that you end up learning or acquiring. Well, with the oils, there's a lot of folks that, they once they started to use the oils, they could do stuff with those that they never really could with the acrylics, and that really changed their painting. Taking that blending brush to this, and this is the other thing you just can't do with acrylics, right? Is basically wipe away some of the paint, like an eraser, to come back and do that in a much more organized way. Yeah, that was just a little weird there. Cannot do too much of this lighter stuff on this branch. Now, Doji, well, I'm your Takuri teams, your diorama, all that stuff. I mean, would you say that you'd still be working on some of those figures right now, Doji, if you hadn't managed to do the oils on them? Let me get a little bit more of my light on here. You know what? Maybe that is supposed to be armor or something like that on his leg. We'll just treat it that way. Something along those lines. Speaking of brushstroke maintenance, let me play around with some of this down in here. There's a little bit of wonky things there. Seeing some weird, I mean, not a surprise given the fact that this is an ancient metal figure. See right there, we're kind of taking the edge off of this little thing right over there. It just kind of, there was a very abrupt stop to that. Now, we've been doing the later stuff here on this quiver. How's about we go back the other way? And of course, Doji, well, we keep learning all kinds of new stuff with the oil paints, right? I can only imagine what, a year from now, whatever things that you'll know how to just do with the oils without really second guessing, thinking about it, right? Thank you so much, Sir James. I appreciate that. It's like, so you showed up at Helm's Deep. It's like, well, technically we weren't really there. It's like, yeah, but the movie's good. Been releasing them in theaters again, so yeah. It's like, I don't know what. I don't think we'll be in that War of the Rohirrim movie. I don't think so either. Maybe there'll be some pipeweed. Now, why would Gandalf intentionally do that? He knows what happens when he rolls the Gandalf 6 and he does that. Was it not foretold? Anytime he mentions the Shireweed, boom, this is what happens. Actually, he's gotten hit with a bunch of these lately. He had a couple of these in a row and ever since. Well, I think he had a few fives, but woof, it's getting rough on that Gandalf 6. Thank you so much, Sir James. Appreciate that. So yeah, this is again. It all started when we did our Dark Queen Galadriel there, and I said, I wonder if that would be an interesting scheme for an entire army. And of course, we've been replicating this same freehand on now 30. Yes, this is a 28, 29, and 30 as far as our Galadriel elves, so you can go back and watch all those previous sessions. And here we go, yeah, so let's see, 4 hours, 3 minutes, and 36 seconds ago, these had no paint on them. Last night, our airborne figs here, That was about 3 hours 45 minutes for these four. Those are bolt action figures from Warlord Games. Which plush I think we were using this one, maybe. Oh yeah, let me take some of this indigo and let me see if we can get that edge there. Okay, yeah, that's all looking really kind of thick there. Maybe we darken this down a little. And kind of one of the main forces behind this color, that would be the cobalt teal bluish. That's one of our oil paint colors. You know what? I think this is going to have to, speaking of teal, that's also going to have to be teal there. So we're going to make a little bit of a change there, I think. We can do that. Here, let's grab some of this. Yeah, also over here. Shall we lighten this up a bit more? Right on top there. Blending brush again. There's just a whole bunch of blobs there. Look at this. Yeah, it's another thing, right, Doji? You just can't do that with the acrylics. A lot of ability to kind of correct things and alter things on the fly without really having to work at it. What is happening over here? That says like his cloak all scrunched up there or something. I'm kind of making that very late. I don't know if that's going to be too late. It's going to be almost the same as some of the metal color there. Ooh, here we go. I was just looking at the bow here. We're going to darken some of that down again. When in doubt, make things darker. I'm going to take that blending brush here. Push that down. Oh, same thing on the other side. Push that down. Now we have much more contrast there. Look at that. I just realized that this bow is, of course, shaped a little bit differently than the Dandelion and Middle Earth bow. I need to get, believe it or not, we have to scare up one more little bit of dark here. And we did this on our other ones. Harder to do here because of it's not the 3D printed, but here to separate, that's what was, it's like, why do we not really look like we have a reflection of the cloak? Because we don't have that. There we go. Now we're starting to get some shiny on that. One, can I get a little more light there? I think I do still have maybe some fast matte white sitting around out here. Let me see if I can break it. I might even take a little bit of the violet, mix it in with that. This actually has a little bit of the yellow in it to make it a teensy bit warmer. And I'm looking to go right into where we put this darker stuff. Yeah, let me go this way. Oh, there it is. That is the last key right over there, and then this one too. Yeah, that now it looks shiny. You gotta have that dark light and then dark again. Kind of like, otherwise you're just not gonna have it. Speaking of our teal, that's almost a bit of a dry brush right there. That's going to go on the chainmail over here. And then in here, I think actually there's a weird little edge there. Also a mold line that was impossible to get to. Our banner guy here. Got the light there. This stuff is this is not an indigo per se. It's more like a gray. Because that entire armor piece can't just be that light color. Otherwise, no contrast whatsoever. But I do, since I've got to actually go to, speaking of prints, we had some successful prints tonight. I got to go take care of some of those. So this is where I say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. Let's do a quick little review here of what we've done in our 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. That'd be all three of these guys. Yes, with freehand designs and all kinds of non-metallic metal and everything else. So thanks again. I appreciate everybody being here. Like I said, we might be doing a substitute Saturday stream on Sunday. So glad that the breakfast was very tasty there, Doji, and thank you for keeping me company. Appreciate that. We'll head over to Mika's way. Oh, thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Sorry to head out early on you. It's just somebody's going to be coming this way in about 5 hours or so, or 5 or 6 hours to pick me up. So we will see you guys hopefully on Sunday. Thanks again.